Hello. I'm not late at all. Happy Sunday. Welcome in. Oh, I'm sorry. I was late. I was playing Final Fantasy 14 and I was stuck in a dungeon because the party kept wiping. It's totally not my fault. and then the stream stuff kept crashing. vBridger kept crashing. My phone crashed. It's a little bit of a disaster, but I'm here. I did it. Let me quickly say hello. Hello, Trace. Welcome in. Hello, Panis. Congrats on first. Welcome in. And also thank you for the 8 months sub. I appreciate it. Hello, Fita. Hello, Megals. Hello, Rising. Hello, Seriously What the Fuck Clap. Hello, Jester. Hello, Fake Raid. Thank you for the 80 stream streak, Panis. Thank you for the 110 stream streak, Rising. Hello, KBC Jazz. Hello, Austin. Hello, Taylor. Hi. What class were you playing? I'm playing White Mage. That's the only class that I know, the only class I've ever played, and the only class I'll probably keep playing for some time. But yeah, the tank was pulling a few too many mobs for me to keep up with the healing. And I was like, I was sweating, I was pressing all the buttons, and I was like, I was trying really hard, but it worked out. It worked out. Why are there 2 spookies? You know, I can make it 3 spookies. Is there more? What is this image? I'm afraid to show it, actually. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna delete that. I don't want to know what that is. There's also... Wait, there's this. It's hidden. Now there's 4. There's also this one. They keep multiplying. Hold on, can I show that off? Better? There we go. There's also this one. There's also this one. Isn't that awesome? There's so many. Yeah, I think that might be all of them. How many is it now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7! 7 of them! Hello, Latai. Welcome in. The way you say fita sounds like something unsavory in Norwegian. I know that Skip and Nu say feet, and other people also say feet, but it sounds like, well, feet, and I don't want to say feet. So I just say fita. The healer is never wrong, so it was the tank's fault? Exactly. Yeah, I agree. 100%. See, there's so many. So many spookies. Hello, Lark. Welcome in. Hi. The balloon one. What balloon one? What do you mean? Oh wait, I do think I know which one you mean. I don't know. I don't have it on this scene. I don't know. I'm sorry. It would take too long to look for it now. The entire world will be spookies. Yeah. Isn't that good? That's probably a good thing. Or maybe it isn't. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you. Hello, Yudom. Welcome in. But yeah, I hope you're all doing good. I hope you've had a good weekend so far. I bought 2 new books and I read one of them halfway through. I don't know, kind of easy to read and fast to read, so I'm trying to finish that one. And then the other one I'm like 1/10 through. What is it? I bought... Oh god, let me see. I bought No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai. I don't know how to say his name, I'm sorry. And I bought The Secret's History by Donna Tartt. And yeah, I'm halfway through No Longer Human and like 1/10 through The Secret History. That one's also a lot more pages. Actually, how many pages is No Longer Human? It is... 176, and the other one is, I think, it's 606 pages. So yeah, there's a little bit of a difference there. No wonder my Norwegian relatives were giggling when they said my name. But... your online name? Why do your Norwegian relatives know your online name? Unless it's not your online name, I don't know. Ningen Shikaku, very interesting read. Is that the Japanese name? Yeah, it's really interesting so far. I feel really bad for the protagonist at the same time. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people say he's very unlikable, and I feel okay about him. He's fine. I feel bad for him mostly. Is it no longer human Japanese classic literature? I think it's considered classic literature. It's pretty old, I think. The author died back in like 1948-ish, I think? I don't remember. Yeah, it's quite old. I'm an insane person that uses their real name IRL. And online. I see. I don't think that's insane. I think that's what a lot of people do. At least when they're young. And some people just keep it, you know? Hello, Derek. Welcome in. We're doing good today. Using your real name IRL. How insane. That is actually... that is actually crazy. I can't believe it. Everyone just calls me Spooky IRL. Even my coworkers. Wink, wink. I can't wink, actually, because I have blinking linked, but you get the idea. I'll change my legal name to Thai fan in solidarity. Yeah, you should do that. I should change my legal name to Spooky. I actually wish that I could. That'd be kind of funny. I think you can, like, put your artist name on your ID, so technically I could do that if I really wanted to, but also I think that would kill me. Hello, Uni. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. But yeah, there's nothing much to say. Let me think. Oh, there isn't much to say. That's all. That's all I've been doing. I've just been reading books and going outside to buy more books because I don't want to order them online. So I just get them from the store immediately. I think I figured out how to make the Umineko screen bigger by simply hiding my taskbar, and now it's a little bit messed up. Let me fix this real quick. Reset transform. Make it bigger. Oh god, too big. Can I just make it fit the screen, actually? Fit to screen. It's not fitting it to screen. What are you doing? Hold on. One moment, please. What is happening? I don't understand. That's okay. I can figure it out. Umineko is such a weird size. I have to stretch it. Is it? No. It was fine. It was okay. This is fine. I think this is okay. This is the best I could do. I'm sorry. Bye-bye. Hello. Okay, now it's bigger, which is kind of nice. I can see more of the game, and there's less black bars. I don't know why I didn't think to do this sooner, but this is actually way nicer. To hide your taskbar. It is an improvement over having it on the whole time. Spooky, no surname, like Prince. Yeah. Should change my name to Miggles. It's actually a really cute name. I like your username. My name Eat on Twitch. That's a good one. Also, thank you for the 15 stream streak, Uni. I appreciate it. Read work, Umineko read work. That's basically what my days have been like. And also Final Fantasy on the weekends, mostly. Read work, Final Fantasy, and then stream. Every now and then. In the US, I think it's just no numbers or symbols. Other than that, whatever names you want. That's kind of stupid, which is why a certain someone can name their kids whatever they want, whatever he wants. You know who I'm talking about, hopefully. A certain someone who's stupid. Ah! I don't know what happened. Sorry, I was trying to... because there's still a little bit of background visible on the stream. I have to reload it. I skipped a lot of text. I didn't know that Control would skip the text. The more you know. Jessica was freaking out or something. Yeah, I have to recap this for my own sake in just a second. I remember what I was gonna say about No Longer Human. They deadass made a kid's book of that book. What? How do you even make a kid's book out of No Longer Human? Like, I have read almost halfway through, and like, there's nothing that I can see being put into a kid's book. I know that there is an adaptation by, what's his name again? Oh my god, what's his name? The horror manga guy? The mangaka? The horror mangaka? You know what I mean? Junji Ito? Yeah, that's his name, right? Yeah. I think he made an adaptation of No Longer Human, if I'm not mistaken. So I might have to check that out after I finish reading No Longer Human. Final Fantasy XIV European Fan Fest in 2 week-ish. Oh, I don't... Is that like a convention kind of thing? How far are you in Final Fantasy XIV? I'm still in A Realm Reborn, and I got to the point where... Well, I don't want to spoil anyone, but... One of the groups that your character is a part of, they all get, like, killed. The whole group gets killed. I'm not gonna say which one. That leaves it pretty vague, I think. And I made it a little bit past that. I think I just finished a certain dungeon, and we retrieved the Enterprise ship. And we with Sid Garland, whatever his name is, and Alfino. The Junji Ito adaptation is not even 10 years old, super recent. Yeah, but I heard pretty good things about it. Catching up to me? How far were you again? I forgot. Did you make it to Heavensward? Yeah, I think I don't know how much further it is to Heavensward. I remember there being a pretty big section about Ul'dah, and also the whole primals of Limsa, the whole region there. I forgot the name. But yeah, there's still a lot to do in A Realm Reborn. And then there's the whole last part with the battle against the Empire thing. That was pretty long too. I still have a long way to go now that I think about it. Every like 3 years they do cons to reveal the new expansion and stuff. It's going to be in Berlin. Oh! I wish I could go, but I'm trying to save money. I fought a Night Guy boss last, I remember, not done with A Realm Reborn, but I think I'm close. Yeah, I don't really know. Night Guy boss? Could be very, very much near the end, though. But yeah. Umineko. What happened last time? I'm trying to remember. They had this weird scene where all the adults were in the cathedral thing that we didn't even know existed until last stream. And then the next day, we find all of them dead in the... Is it cathedral? Is it a cathedral? Was that the name for it? I think so. Some church thing. And they were all dead. They were all cut open. And mixed in with their guts were a bunch of candies. It was very fucked up. And the only adult of the siblings and of their spouses is Rosa, unfortunately. Unfortunately, she's still alive. I want her dead, but whatever. What can you do? Yeah, and then they were throwing up all over the place. We learned, police can come, phones are down, as per usual, and Jessica kind of lost it. And now she's trying to confront Beato, who seems to be the prime suspect, considering there was a letter where she was basically like, oh, I'm gonna collect the debt that Kinzo accumulated and whatever. And that includes not only the gold, but everything else, like your lives. Stopped myself after Shadowbringer, but I thought about getting back into it. I don't know much about the other expansions, but people really like all of them so far, I think. So, why not? Shabble. Yes, thank you. Ooh. Do you think Maria will finish her marshmallow now? I don't think she would mind, actually. She didn't seem too affected by it. Also, I meant to check if it was, I forgot about that. If it was Batra who said the whole, stomachs are packed full of candy thing, or if it was Beato. I forgot to check, and now I didn't check. And apparently the game is still not the right proportions. Oh god, this is kind of messed up. But I think this works now. I don't remember Beato saying this, and the only other person who talked to Maria about candy was Batra. But I don't remember exactly, so it could be either of them. You should get someone to get you through Coils of Bahamut when you can. It's a really good story, but they're hard. I don't think I remember having played through that. I don't know when that appears. Yeah, we had the very cute Happy Halloween. It was kind of adorable, funny enough. But yeah, I think that's about it. And I was really hoping that Jeshka would storm into Beato's room and be like, how could you? How could you kill my parents, even though I don't really care about them? How could you do this? So yeah, I'm hoping that she storms in there just for fun value. I'll try to skim the VOD quickly. Thank you. Thank you. Also, hello, Skip. Hi, gamer. Hope you're doing good today. Anyway, let's get to reading. Milady, please calm yourself. We still don't know who the culprit is. And Beatrice-sama is an important and honored guest of the master. So what? If we grab her by the collar, she'll definitely confess. If I can just look her in the eye, I'll know. I'll see through her. I don't even know if she's in the room. A witch? Beatrice? Yeah, right. I'll expose her. Let's go! Pop off, girly. Hello, Grak. Good afternoon. Gona and Kanon chased after her, doing their best to convince her to stop, but Jishka never lent them an ear. Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. This VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter what kind of guest came, Kinza wouldn't let them in there. And yet the servants were always made to clean this room so that it could be used at any time. So the servants had started calling this room the witch's VIP room, after their second shapeless master. Jeshka knew about this too, and she couldn't forgive the arrogance of the one who called herself a witch by staying in that room. The Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jeshka, she was nothing more or less than the murderer who had brutally killed her parents. Question her, hear her pitiful excuses, make her splutter in pain, gasp in anguish. No matter how hard she pretends to be a witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking, sweaty human. My god. Why did she say that? Stinking, sweaty? Why is Beato supposed to be sweating and stinky? 1,000-year-old witch that never showers, unfortunately. I don't know why she had to resort to calling her stinky, but yeah, okay. If that makes you feel any better about your parents' murderer, that's okay. Do you think Jeshka carries her knuckle dusters around at home too? I don't think so that she can beat up her parents. I can see it. As Jeshka yelled with all of her strength, she hit the door to the VIP room. It definitely wasn't a knock. That sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, as if she was determined to break the door down if it wasn't opened. Open up, Beatrice! Come out! You hear me, right? Open up! There was no answer. Jeshka grabbed the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt the resistance of the lock. She turned around to look at the two servants and spoke. Open the fucking door! She's no longer in there. And I have a feeling she won't appear anymore. The ancient smell, she smells dusty and musty. I don't know, I feel like she would smell good, like food, you know? Like cake is what I imagine Beato smell to be like, but maybe she actually smells dusty, musty. To not be so above it, I guess, a magical being doesn't have to deal with the mundane bodily issues a human does. True, I guess she wouldn't really smell like anything, or she could smell like anything she wants to smell like, you know? She's a witch after all, maybe, hopefully, perhaps. Your master key will unlock this, right? Use it.
お嬢様、それは大変な失礼にあたります。
Milady, that would be horribly rude. Although Goda was flustered, he still tried to somehow calm Jeshka's anger. Wouldn't it be more rude to not check on her and her well-being, actually? Like there was a murder on the premise? After hanging his head silently for a while, Kanon pulled a master key from his jacket pocket.
カノンさん、いいんですか?
Kanon-san, are you sure?
もしおられたなら、無礼になるのは承知です。
Yes, I'm fully aware it would be rude if she happens to be in there.
それに、
At any rate.
もしベアトリーチェ様が何の関係もないというなら、それを僕たちに釈明して納得させればいい。
If Beatrice had nothing to do with that incident, all she has to do is give us a satisfying explanation.
そうだぜ、その通りだ。
That's right, exactly.
借りるぜ。
Let me borrow that. Jeshka snatched the master key from Kanon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately, there was a small sound and she felt the lock click. Then, without asking permission, she flung the door open.
ベアトリーチェ、どこだ？
Well, she's not in here! What a surprise! Beatrice, where are you?
出てこい！
Come out! Jeshka rudely stepped into the room. The witch wasn't anywhere to be seen.
くそだね。
That bitch!
いねえぜ。
She's not here.
どこ行きやがった？
Where the hell'd she go?
お姿がありませんね。
Yes, she doesn't seem to be here. I don't know if that was good or bad. Jeshka, thinking she might be hiding somewhere inside the room, peeked behind the curtains and under the bed, but she couldn't find anyone. Can you imagine Beata just being under the bed? Yeah, like Kinzo in episode 1. They just crawl under the bed and wait for everyone to leave. However, there definitely were signs that the bed had been used. And though it was only a vague sense, the atmosphere in the room felt a little soft. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people like the chapel. You could definitely tell that someone had spent the night in this room. Okay, so if Beata doesn't have to take a shower, why would she need to sleep? Explain it. I can. Giggling the whole time. Under the bed strategy is unbeatable. It would be kind of funny. I feel like I can't see her doing it, but also it would be funny to imagine it. She seems so fancy and high class. I can't see her crawling under a bed, but you know, maybe that's exactly what she would do to throw you off. Goda is so nervous she won't give you a bad review, my guy. Like, what is she gonna do? But she could not be seen. Maybe if you believed in magic and witches, you could see her. In reality, neither Jeshka nor Goda had met Beatrice. They had only been told by those who had met her that she looked like a double of the character in that portrait, so they were doubtful about what her face really looked like. However, Kanan alone had met her. He understood what kind of being that witch was, what kind of personality she had. So he knew that forcing their way in here in search for her definitely wouldn't work out. She must be watching us, bitterly flail about in vain from somewhere, sneering at us. She's that kind of person. But she was looking at things that way. Kanan was the first to find it. Oh, because he was looking at things that way, sorry. The other two were concentrating on finding the shadow of a person, so they didn't notice. Near the water jug, on the side table, there was a single sheet of letter paper. On it was a short message, and nearby was a fountain pen, which had probably been used to write it. Kanan had already come to understand the witch. After finding the corpses, they'd been overcome by rage and barged in here only to find no one. So of course the witch would mock them. You can't mock someone unless they know they're being mocked. So, in other words, that's what this must be.
お嬢様、ここに何か書かれています。
Milady, there's something written here.
書かれてるってなんだ？
Something written? What? Jessica dashed over and violently snatched the piece of paper away. She probably wasn't trying to be violent, she just couldn't control her strength right now. Oh my god, I wonder what she wrote, the master rage baiter. Hello, Gray, welcome in. She would be cackling too much, she'd give it away instantly. That's also true, she would just be going ah, ha, 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 under the bed. Yeah. Umineko, there's no witches. What witch? They don't exist here. The 100-line CG, but Beato? Yeah, that's what I'm imagining. I mean, I feel like Eito and Beato, as of right now, have a few things in common. Mainly the rage baiting. I don't know, I feel like Eito takes it up a notch, but there's a similarity, a little bit. Give him the 1-star review. I don't know. I don't think Beato would. She fancies his cooking skills too much. A singular L. What the? Don't fuck with me. As soon as she read the message, Jessica went into a wild rage, crumpled the paper up and threw it. Damn. She has a lot of strength to break something made of glass. Then she grabbed a light stand by the bedside and violently swung it around. Oh, I see. Mercilessly hitting the walls and furniture with it. The light bulbs all shattered at once and the fragments were scattered across the room. Milady, please calm down. You'll hurt yourself. Let go. Damn it, damn it. Come out, Beatrice. How could you do that to Mom and Dad? You think you scare me? I mean, I would be scared if someone, like, caught 6 adults wide open. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll beat you to death, so show yourself. I told you to let go of me, damn it! This was written on the paper. Did you think I'd be that senile to just sit around here waiting for you to come barging in? You're way too inelegant for this intellectual night. Whoa! I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Alright, I saw them, and they look just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. That's actually kind of fucked up. That is very messed up. It was the sort of thing that witch would write. It meant she predicted that one of the children who lost their parents would come running in here. If she's hiding somewhere in this room, she must be rolling around laughing right now. I wonder if she knew it was gonna be Jishka. The witch was that kind of person. She sneered at people's misfortune, using it to stave off the boredom of 1,000 years. That letter would not have really been accurate if Batara found it, for example, because he was not raised by Kirie, really. I'm starting to think this witch isn't very nice. I mean, she's nice in her own way, I'm sure. Hand it over. I'm telling you, you'll hurt yourself. Goda is dying. I told you to let go. Damn it, damn it. Oh no, she's gonna have her little asthma attack. Help her! Goda snatched away the light stand Jeshka had been holding. After all, if she kept swinging it around, she might end up smashing it against something which could cause serious injury. To Goda's eyes, Jeshka probably looked mad with rage, burning herself up with the flames of anger. But Kanan's eyes saw it differently. Those were probably tears of sadness, hidden by rage. So, when the light stand was taken from Jeshka, And she started crying on the floor, scratching at the carpet almost as though she was groveling. Goda was surprised, but Kanan was not. Of course. She had lost her means of crying by lashing out in rage. Someone needs to hug her. She's lovely. Hello, Marihan. Welcome in. We're doing it today. She's nice to Spooky. I mean, I don't think she would be, but I would love her anyway. I kind of like mean characters like this. So far, we don't really have any proof that she's evil and that she's actually the one killing these people, but, you know, she's a little bit of a rage baiter, and I kind of love that about her. Beatu could do no wrong. That too. She can't do anything wrong. Oh, my phone died. Where's my other phone? It's dying a lot quicker than usual. I feel like it's over. Oh, but it's also like very hot today, so that might be part of the reason why it died so quickly. Hold on. I'm fixing it. And the VAs can cry really, really well. I feel so bad for them. We have no proof that the witch had killed everyone kills people. I mean, we don't really have proof except for her saying that she did this, you know? I mean, did she actually say that she did this? She only said that she saw their bodies, right? Wait, do we have the letter in the tips? Yeah. She just said that she saw them, not that she killed them. I mean, it would be... I don't know. I'm trying to think of the other times where, like, letters have appeared after people have died, and it's not really like we have any definitive proof that she actually killed anyone. I think she might say that she has killed them, or like implies it at the very least, but there's no outright proof. So the last line implies knowledge of the state of them. I mean, yeah, seeing the bodies and actually being responsible for what happened to them are like two different things. It could also be that someone acquainted with her did the killing, but not her necessarily, you know? It could be a number of things. Their stomachs just did that while she was there. Oops. I mean, I guess so. It is very possible that she's the one responsible for this. It's very much implied, but, you know. We don't have outright proof. Not yet. Considering that she was the daughter of the Ushiromiya head family, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched at the carpet with her fingernails, and even her feet were scratching. Yashka cried very, very hard, because if she didn't, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over again, she remembered that humiliating message. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such moron such a moron must have looked like. Don't you call them morons? Both dad and mom were smart. Unlike me, they were really smart. Don't you call them morons? Take it back. Take it back. All right, I saw them, and they look just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. Damn it, I'll kill her, I'll kill her. I'll slice open her stomach and see how she likes it. I'm sorry, I interrupted her. As Jessica cried and screamed, she triggered an asthma attack. The servants watching over her hurriedly ran up to her and rubbed her back, but that only provoked Jessica's wrath. The hell? If you've got the time to do that, search for that bastard. Find him and bring him here. If you won't go, I will. And I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll slice open her stomach. Don't touch me. Jessica got up unsteadily, and as her asthma continued, she went out into the hallway.
お嬢様、お薬を至急。
Milady, your medicine, quickly!
南條先生をお呼びします。
I'll call Dr. Nanjo.
ゴーダさん、僕に任せてくれませんか？
Goda-san, would you leave this to me? Kanan had noticed. Goda, who was vastly separated from her in age, probably couldn't sense the tears in Jessica's heart. Tears? Not tears. I don't know. It could be both. Kanan, who had noticed, had to be the one to support her.
カノンさん、いいのですか？
Kanan-san, are you sure?
今のお嬢様には涙を流す時間も必要なのだと思います。
I believe my lady needs some time to cry right
ご
now.
両親のあんな死に方を目の当たりにしては。
Considering that she saw her parents killed like that. I don't know. I kind of like Goda in this whole chapter. I mean, he's still a little bit unlikable, but I feel like less so.
そうですね。
You're right. Goda also understood, and he knew that Jessica and Kanan had shared a vague relationship with each other. So he understood everything and left it to Kanan.
わかりました。
Very well.
私はローザ様のところへ戻ります。
I will go back to Rosa-sama.
お嬢様をくれぐれもよろしくお願いしますよ。
Please, take care of Milady.
はい、お任せを。
Yes, leave it to me. Kanan's voice was frail, but he nodded firmly. After looking at his eyes, Goda nodded firmly as well. Poor girl, I feel so bad for her. Like, it's clear that she doesn't really care for her parents all that much when they're alive, but, you know, doesn't mean that she doesn't love them. I couldn't find the line in the VODs, but assuming from all this land of sweet stuff, it was Beato. I agree. I think, like, my first thought was Beato too, so I'm gonna go with that assumption. Had to debuff Jessica, she would have been too strong otherwise, true. She has to suffer at least a little bit, so they can balance her. I'm thinking, like, her not getting that charm from Maria and giving it to Natsuhi resulted in Natsuhi dying when last time she didn't die. And I'm gonna assume that Shannon died instead, and since she was kind of close to Goda, Goda was also killed, and therefore these two survived. I feel like that little interaction missing with the charm and the conversation between Natsuhi and Jessica kind of changed a lot about who dies. Hello, Amadis, welcome in. Jessica stormed into Bato's room and she was not there and instead left a rage-baiting message. And now, it's kind of sad, actually. Jessica is, not doing so well mentally. She needs to cry it out. Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He'd seen a great number of people in his life, though he knew the vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who possessed self-control. He had surely seen that in Kanon's eyes, so he would leave this to Kanon. When you think about it, maybe this was the first time Goda had ever trusted Kanan and relied on him for a job. Oh my god! Character development! Jishka, still suffering from her asthma, seemed to be heading towards her room, though she kept leaning against the wall. Kanan followed her wordlessly. If she had asked for a hand, he would have leapt forward and supported her. But until Jishka did ask for that, he chose to hide himself, watching over her from a distance where he could come to her rescue at any time. When people feel their hearts are about to explode from sadness and want to have someone by their sides, you can bet 10 billion of them would want to turn around and find someone in the place Kanan now stood, as he watched over Jishka from behind. Then, finally, she doubled over in front of the door to her room. The asthma attack had stolen all her strength, and her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen, making it impossible even to stand up again. But right then, Jishka didn't think she wanted someone to lend a hand. She still hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. Even if someone had offered her a hand, with good intentions, Jishka would have wanted to tear it off right then. She knew how unfair that would be, so she definitely wouldn't ask for help until she overcame the fiery anger burning inside. Jishka had probably lost the willpower even to call for help, but Kanan heard it. He definitely heard it. Kanan definitely heard that voiceless call for help, one shared by miserable grievers the world round. An endless scream that no one ever seems to hear. Kanan quietly knelt by Jishka's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Though Jishka kept coughing painfully, she accepted it. Unlocked the door to her room and entered.
こちらへ。
Man, their interactions are so cute together. I don't know. I'm very happy to see them interact like this. Very nice. I feel like they would be good friends at the very least, and they would be able to, I don't know, talk about their worries, about their burdens, that sort of stuff.
今、お薬をご用意します。
This way. I'll prepare your medicine right away. Man, I don't have asthma, but when I am sick and I have like a coughing attack, it is kind of insane how much strength that takes out of your body. So coughing for like minutes on end like this, like pretty strong coughing, that must be so draining mentally and physically. I cannot imagine how she feels right now. Jishka often said that when her asthma got serious enough, it hurt so bad that it felt like she'd vomit up her whole stomach. Her face was pale and her gaze wavered, and yet the coughing continued. Even so, her sadness was probably even stronger. After having her sit on the bed, Kanan took a bronchodilator from a cute little basket on a nearby side table and handed it to her. Jishka sometimes forgot to take her medicines with her. Whenever this seemed to have happened, Kanan would take notice and secretly carry around the inhaler from the first aid kit in the servant room, but he hadn't done so today. He scolded himself as though wondering how he could call himself furniture after failing to bring it with him on a day like this. Then he remembered the day when he'd used that word and somehow betrayed Jishka's feelings. It jarred Kanan's heart, but he felt it would be indiscreet to think about something like that, considering how Jishka felt now, and he locked it up inside the depths of his heart. If only my sweet boy wasn't a chair. It's okay, he can offer her support as a chair too, you know? She can sit on him, and then she'll feel better, probably, hopefully. I don't have asthma, but recently I got sick and had a coughing fit. It is pretty draining. Yeah, it's pretty bad. When she inhaled her medicine, Jishka's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit, and she was finally able to regain her composure. But she had lost too much strength and willpower to get up from the bed. Crazy thing to say. I mean, a chair's primary function is to be sat on, okay? It's not crazy. If only Kanan had been like a nightstand or a cabinet, he could have helped her with her asthma medicine, but alas, he's just a chair. It's fucked up. He doesn't get to choose what kind of furniture he is.
大丈夫ですか?
Are you alright,
お嬢様.
milady?
私は
I'm
大丈夫だぜ。
alright.
父さんと母さんは ダメだけど
I'm all messed up over mom and dad.
私は
But
もうちょっとなきゃ
after I cry a bit
大
more,
丈夫だぜ
I'll be alright. Kanan regretted his poor choice of words. Did he really say, "Are you alright" to her? I mean, to be fair, he meant it like in regards to the asthma attack, not the whole, "Oh, are you okay? I know your parents just died, but are you fine? Is it all okay now?" I wonder if Ryukishi is allowed to call bronchodilators by their colloquial names, or if like Ventolin might sue. I don't know the name Ventolin, so I feel like if he chose to call it that, I wouldn't even know what he meant. So, I mean, he might be able to, but I don't know if he should. Do you think he's the kind of chair that launches you into space like in VR chat? Maybe. That'd be kind of cool. But he would need a stripper pool? Pool? What? Stripper? What is it called? The stripper pole, not pool. Jesus. Hello? Hello, Pika. Welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. Hope we're doing good today. He feels so inadequate constantly. It's kind of messed up that his first thought in this whole situation is like, oh yeah, furniture like me. I'm such a failure. I messed up bringing her bronchodilator, and I don't know. I don't think he should think like that. The thing is, the fact that he even thinks to bring it with him and to try and help her out all the time is very sweet. That is super, super nice of him. To even take note of the fact that she has it with her or not. I think he just used inhaler at some point. I mean, yeah, it gets the point across. Also, yeah, I have to drink. Pole dancing is so impressive, the limb strength. Yeah. There's a lot of muscles that you work when pole dancing. People who pole dance are kind of insane. That's so cool. I wish I could do it. I don't trust myself to have the strength to do it though. I think I would collapse on the spot. Doing pretty good, just a bit sleepy. How's Umineko going for you? I mean, it's going great for me, not so much for the characters. 6 people died. Again. It will happen again, and again, and again. My friend used to do pole dancing for exercise. I mean, it's fantastic for that, you know? You work out your core, your arms, your legs, probably more. I mean, that's basically everything already. It's a whole body workout for real. Yeah. Very strong people. I feel like it would be something that would be nice to get into because it's also like a skill that you can show off. You know, it's like a nice party trick, even though the party would require there to be a pole to dance on in the first place. But like, I don't know, just in case your friends have like a pole in their house, their apartment, you can show off your pole dancing tricks and it'd be kind of cool. Just have the party and pole at your place. True, just do it all at your place. And then you can show off all your cool skills and you can have your friends pole dancing with you. And you can show them how to do it, maybe. I think that actually would make for a fun party. Pole dancing has a big skill gap for people with skinny legs because there's so much less to grip with. Yeah, I can imagine. You would want a lot of surface to kind of, you know, wrap around the pole to make it a little bit easier. But you still need, like, mostly the muscle to do it. I went to the Muscle Girl bar in Japan and they had a pole dancing girl and she could do sick stuff. Like, it's genuinely crazy. I've seen a few people, like, you know those YouTube videos where people will try something out for like a couple of days. And I watched someone try pole dancing and it looked so difficult, but also really cool. And you can make some nice improvement pretty fast if you build up the muscle and stuff. But you gotta be careful and, you know, rest up a lot so that you can properly build those muscles. It's pretty cool though. Was he really that clueless of the pain in her heart? This was what made him furniture. This was why he couldn't become human.
廊下におります。
I'll be in the corridor.
ご用がありましたら、すぐにお呼びください。
If you need anything, please call me immediately. Kanan understood that she still needed time to cry alone. He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and tried to leave the room.
何か
Do you need something? Jishka had spoken up as though she wanted him to stop, so Kanan had stopped. If she asks it, I'll do anything I can to help her. Right now, I'd even become a cane or a chair if it would help ease the pain in her heart. No way he actually says chair. Why would you? Okay. If by doing that, I could make up for the pain I dealt to her heart on that day. For a while, Jeshka stared into Kanon's eyes. It was as though her reason for stopping him was something she couldn't put into words. For a while, neither spoke. Jeshka broke that silence with a small voice.
ごめん。なんでもないぜ。
I'm sorry, it's nothing.
しばらく一人になりたいって。
Could you tell Aunt Rosa that I
伝えてくれるかな。
want to be alone for a while? I mean, I know that I'm constantly like glazing Jeshka, but look at her. She's too cute for this world. Hello, Broken Bee. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. Could you be my ottoman?
一人にはしません。
I won't let you be alone. Huh?
あなたを僕は一人にしない。
I won't let you be alone.
だから廊下にいます。
So I'll be in the corridor.
いつでも
Please
呼
call
ん
for
で
me
ください。
at any time. For just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope had flitted into Jeshka's eyes, but it was very faint and disappeared like the first snow on the surface of a river.
ありがとな。しばらくだけ。
You have to speak up, Jeshka. I barely heard that. Thanks. Let me cry alone for just a bit.
はい。失礼します。
Yes, excuse me. Kanan bowed once again and closed the door. That was actually a super cute thing to say. The music is super nice. This was a very, very sweet scene. Like they always have. They're so cute. Agreed. They're so, so cute. The world won't have to handle that much longer. No! What do you mean? Kanan making a choice, it's something. It is actually progress. The fact that he chose to spoke up, to spoke up, oh my god, English is not Englishing today. To speak up is a pretty big character development. For the guy who always thinks of himself as a chair and never speaks up about anything and always thinks, oh, I can't say this and oh, it's not my place to say this. I have to just obey orders and whatnot. He actually manages to do something good this time around. Not that he doesn't usually do good things, but it's like he doesn't trust himself to do them, you know? English is hard, especially when you're tired. Yeah, I'm also very happy. I like when he thinks of himself as more than just furniture, you know? It is good, even though it doesn't happen very often, but when it happens, even just briefly, it's quite nice. He thought those words of his would give her some courage, but now it felt as though they'd actually hurt her for some reason. Why? He didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture. Okay, we're making steps back now. That was why he couldn't grasp human sadness even now. We took a few steps back with that last sentence, but it's okay. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in like a minute, so we should take it now. That hour passed by so quickly. I feel like I barely just started reading. Like we just stormed into Beato's room and already an hour has passed. How does this happen? I'm so sad. Umineko streams go by way too fast.
「
ありがとな。しばらくできる。
しばらくできる。
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 If he develops too much, he and Jeshka might take Shannon's place in the second Twilight. I think they might take their place regardless, because I feel like the two who are close could refer to so many people. Like, Jeshka and Kanon are clearly close. They understand each other even without many words, you know? I feel like there's a lot that you can tell based on their relationship. I mean, even Goda was like, he can see that there's something more going on to these two, so I feel like it could hit them either way. Going back and forth like a rocking chair. No! Anyway, let's take that ad break. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Hello, I'm back. It's kind of like a torture fest in this room. Having the door closed, the window closed, the PC running at nearly 30 degrees outside is kind of, yeah, I don't know. Not such a good idea. I may have to like get the fan in here during the next ad break because it is quite hot in here. Ouchie. Thank you. Welcome back to you too. Stay hydrated, guys. I feel like I haven't been drinking that much water these past few days, and I definitely feel like I'm about to crumble at any moment and like dry up and, I don't know, get blown away in the wind, but that can easily be fixed by just drinking water and, I don't know, eating ice cream. Anyway, as Kanan repeatedly questioned himself, he walked down a corridor. He felt like the window at the corridor's end was coolly calling to him.
僕はやっぱり家具でしかないのか。
In the end, am I nothing more than furniture after all? It was still pouring outside, a dark, grey world. Even on days like this, Shannon would surely see the ocean and know that it was blue. But to my eyes, even if it cleared up, I would only see grey. Until I can understand the blue of the ocean, I'll be nothing but furniture imitating a person. Let's go. I was hoping that she would appear because of the whole, oh, the window is calling to me, like in episode 1. It happened to Shannon, and she saw like the butterflies. Let's go! Re-moisturize. Moisturize me. Thank you, Pika. Welcome back to you too. Furniture doesn't even sound like a word anymore. I don't know. I feel like he said it so often it loses all of its meaning. What does he mean by furniture? You really don't understand a woman's heart, do you? At times like that, you ought to silently remain by her side. That's why you're furniture. You... There shouldn't have been any trace of human life in this corridor. It had been an empty corridor filled with frigid air, but those scoffing words approached Kanan from behind. Let's go! I wonder if Jeshka can hear them through the door. I'm ruminating on how... Oh, okay, Kanan talking about being furniture again. I'm thinking about how he blames his shortcomings on being less than a person. It's so sad, honestly. When he turned around, he saw that witch. That witch who hadn't shown herself when Jeshka had searched for her with a rage bordering on madness, and who had left that sneering letter to toy with Jeshka. There are 3 ways to hurt a woman. Let me teach you them. 1 is to hurt them with a blade. Another is to hurt them in their heart. The last way is the most difficult and most effective method of hurting them. And yet, it can hurt them without you even realizing it. Do you know what I mean? How could I know? I don't even want to know. It's to betray their expectations. No living being is more of a dreamer than a woman. They make up dreams all on their own and end up hurting their own selves.
お前のような距離の男が一番女を傷つける。
A distant man like you hurts women the
わ
most.
かるまいな。
He couldn't understand.
どれほどジェシカを傷つけてきたか全く考えが及んでいまい。
You have no idea how deeply you've wounded Jessica. I wonder if she's talking from experience. You know, because she feels like deeply hurt by the whole thing that Shannon said to her. Oh, I'm not gonna pay you any mind, and basically ignoring her, going against all that she wants, and I don't know. I feel like she's talking from experience. Maybe something similar happened to her and she's like hurt by it, and every time someone brings it up, she cracks. I don't know. Seems like it could happen. Fishka sobbing so loud she can't hear the witch outside her room is kind of scary to think about. It's likely. Women are immune to blood attacks. I found it funny that she specifically mentioned a blade. Maybe she's hoping Kinzo would knock off the obsession. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, probably. I'm assuming that she has no interest in Kinzo in that way. How are we feeling about Beato now, Spooky? Isn't she, like, really evil? I don't know. I feel like she's trying too hard to be evil. She comes off as less evil every time I see her. Like, the whole mocking letter and everything. I was talking about how there's no definitive proof that she's actually behind the murders except for her laying it on thick and basically being like, oh, look, I'm a murderer. I killed your entire family. Ha ha ha, I'm so evil. I don't know. It makes it seem even less likely that she is the one behind everything, even though she keeps saying so. It's really stupid, but there's even like this meme that I saw on Twitter where it's like, oh, I killed everyone, and then there's Batara, and he's like, oh, I wonder who killed everyone, and goes on this whole mystery to find out, even though the perpetrator, quote-unquote perpetrator, tells you so.
家具だから。
But she makes it so unlikely to be the actual killer. It's so stupid somehow. After all, you're furniture.
お前のたわごとに付き合う気は毛頭ない。
I have no intention of playing along with your nonsense.
僕を嘲笑うためだけに姿を現したというのか。
Did you appear only to sneer at me?
うぬぼれるな家具。
Don't be so full of yourself, furniture.
貴様ごとき嘲笑うにも足りぬわ。
You aren't worth sneering at.
しかしそなたも一人ではそれに値しなくても二人揃えば十分に足りる。
Still, though you may not be worth my time on your own, if the two of you are gathered, that's all I need.
若々しき男女の悲運を笑う喜びは何度繰り返しても飽きぬのでな。
The pleasure that comes from laughing at the fates of young couples never tires me. So she even sees them as a couple, so the fact remains that they could be next.
なんだと。
What did you say?
まさか貴様、
You don't mean
お嬢様を。
Milady is going to be...
第二の晩の一
See? Oh my
寄
god.
り添う二人が必要なのでな。
I need two who are close for the sacrifices of the second
お
twilight.
前たち二人は実に都合が良い。
The two of you are truly convenient.
待て、
Wait,
勘違いするな。
don't misunderstand.
僕はお嬢様と
Milady and I
そういう関係じゃない。
don't have that kind of relationship.
第二の晩の生贄にはならない。
We can't become the sacrifices for the second twilight.
だからお前はジェシカを傷つける。
That's why you hurt
だ
Jeshka.
からお前は人間になれぬ。
That's why you cannot become human.
ならばよいだろう。貴様がジェシカを思い人と認めるならば、それを受け入れてもよい。
Then there should be no problem. If you won't admit you have feelings for Jeshka, I can accept that.
だがジェシカは殺す。
But I will kill her.
なぜ？
Why?
このバカが。
You idiot! I wanna have this as my alarm clock sound. I want her to call me an idiot every day of my life. I'm on my knees begging. Please say that to me. Her mouth looks so off. The one where she was like smiling really widely. It looks a little bit off-centered. I don't know. Kono baka! So good. Should have been me. She really needs to stick the knife in. Not just about the sacrifices, yeah. She's just laughing and making fun of everyone at this point. If you're not gonna play past the ball, real.
決まっておろうが
You idiot, isn't it obvious? Oh my god.
殺したらそなたが歪めるだろうその表情が楽しいからの他に何の理由が必要なのか
It'll be fun to kill her and see her face twist in pain. Why else? She looks like a rabid dog. But like, she still looks good. This is the woman I love.
儀式に従いわらわは気まぐれに13人を生贄とする
Following the rules of the ceremony, 13 people will be sacrificed on my whims.
だがそれ以上殺してはならないとの決まりはない
However, there's no rule that says I can't kill more.
わらわが楽しければ幾人でも殺す
If it amuses me, I can kill any number of people.
だから殺す
So I will.
わらわを思いっきり笑わせてみせろよカグカノ
Make me laugh as hard as I can. Kanon, the furniture. She's so funny. At that time, Kanon definitely heard Jishka scream. No. Nuh-uh. 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 This is not happening. When he blinked and looked down the corridor, the witch who'd supposedly been there so nonchalantly just a second ago was gone. At that moment, he was just standing there all alone in the corridor doing nothing. And the person he wanted to protect was asking for help from far away in that direction. It was obvious what he should do. It wasn't logical. It wasn't electric reflex. Without a trace of hesitation or distraction, there was a person he wanted to protect and she was asking for help. And at that moment, he genuinely wanted the person by her side to be him. If she's dead, I'm gonna throw some hands. When he flew into Jeshka's room, the scene that greeted his eyes was a bizarre one. The room had become a fantastical world where a blizzard of gold-colored specks danced, almost as though gold leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. No, that's not it. I've seen this spectacle before. This isn't gold leaf. It's countless golden butterflies, Beatrice's minions. Oh my god! Jishka was surrounded by countless butterflies, waving her hands around, trying frantically to drive them away.
お嬢様
Milady... This sound effect is so unnerving. I don't know what it is about it. Kanon couldn't help. Kanon rushed towards Jishka and violently brushed the cloud of butterflies away. The butterflies, which were sickening despite their beauty, surrounded Jishka's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and nose. Jishka choked violently, almost as though the butterflies were triggering an asthma attack, mocking her. But when Kanon ran towards her, the butterfly stopped attacking and began to dance an elegant rondo around the pair.
大丈夫
It's okay.
僕の目の黒いうちは
Well, there's still life in me.
あなたに誰の指一本触れさせたりするものか
I won't let anyone lay a finger on you.
出てこいベアトリーチェ
Come out, Beatrice.
これで満足か
Are you happy now? As he stood guard in front of Jishka, who was using her inhaler and seemed to be in pain, Kanon yelled into the empty air. And when he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. Oh my god! It's her in the dress and everything. I don't understand the whole outfit switch, but I'm very intrigued by it. Rondo mentioned. True. I don't want any of them to die. Oh, please don't kill them. I'm begging. Kanon's reflex reaction shows that he does care for Jishka. Oh yeah, 100%. He does. Then she showed herself. It wasn't a response to Kanon's demands. It was obviously because appearing and sneering would bring them even more humiliation. And plus, it was more fun. Now everything fits into the plot. Now you're carp on the chopping board. No, since we've got a pair of you, should I call it duck with green onions? Duck with green onions? I don't think I understand that. What an odd thing to say. You, Beatrice.
お下がりください。
Please, stand back.
お嬢様。僕が守る。
I'll protect you, milady. Wow, he's so cool.
姫に騎士が揃わば魔女が現れるのは必然よ。
When the princess and knight come together, it's inevitable that the witch will appear.
どれ金蔵の家具がどの程度の力を持つか見せてもらおうではないか。
Yes, why don't you show me how much power Kinzo's furniture can muster? She snapped her fingers with a piercing sound. What is that? When she did, a blizzard of gold butterflies was stirred up and they began to form a small mountain as they whirled around in a circle. It's like a... looks like a boomerang. This was not there before in all the other CGs of the butterflies. It's a reference, but I forget what. Untranslatable joke. Probably far-fetched. Far-fetched origin. That's okay. I guess I don't have to understand. It's like you're carrying everything to be ready to be cooked, like walking around oiled and rubbed with herbs. Okay. It was just like the swirling of a cold wintry wind that builds up a mountain of leaves. Oh, what the? Wait. Who is that? Huh? From that mound of gold, a hand sprouted, and it appeared as though a resident of the world below was crawling up from beneath the ground. Who is this? What is this? What the hell is this? Dushka couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now, and her mouth kept flapping open and closed. It was the bite of wisdom, seen in those trying to understand something incomprehensible. It looks like a butler. What am I looking at? Who is this? Why does he have a dog snout? Why is there a dog snout in your beard, my guy? Innocent whistling. What? Okay, I have to. What is happening here? Okay. So they have like the one-winged eagle pin and a beard with a dog snout in it. I don't understand what the hell this is, but you know, that's okay. That's fine. It's Goat-kun. Don't tell me you forgot about him. I'm sorry. I don't know who the fuck this is. That thing crawling up was probably an attendant who served the witch. It appeared to be wearing a uniform suitable for one who served, but its face was wrong. It looked strange. It was covered with pitch black hair and breathed rotten breath, and its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. And to symbolize its non-human status, it had 2 horns. It was the figure... Oh my god, I cannot read. It was the figure of a goat-faced attendant who served the witch. Unfortunately, we do not see the horns. But now, Jeshka had no idea what she should say. All this happening in front of her couldn't be explained with common sense, and she couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Jeshka hadn't realized. She hadn't realized that this island had already been cut off from the rules of our world. There were some things even she could understand. This goat attendant served the witch and was after her life. And apparently, the witch had already given it the order. She was looking at Kanan with an expectant gaze. She looked at him with an expectant and therefore challenging gaze, as though asking him how he intended to protect this maiden. That dog snout thing is so funny. It just looks like a dog to me right now. Though the attendant had looked especially bestial while crawling to its feet, you could see in the way it carried itself that it possessed more than enough grace to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch, and you could tell that it was overflowing with the joy of furniture wanting to meet its master's expectations.
見せてもらおうではないか。
Well then, why don't you show me?
金蔵の家具の力を。
Let's see the power of Kinzo's furniture.
今度は間違えるな。
This time, don't get the wrong idea, okay?
家具であることを忘れるな。
Don't forget that you're furniture, got it?
この後に及んで人間のふりを続けるのなら、死ぬのはお前だけでは済まぬぞ。
If you try to continue playing the human even now, this won't be settled by your death alone. That was a true cackle. The goat attendant made what seemed to be a silent, respectful bow. Was it directed at its master, or was it offered to Kanan, its opponent? Then, on the attendant's hand, a blade of wicked malice appeared. Oh my god! You know what? It might be safe to say that magic does actually exist in this world. I feel like there's no way that you can explain this normally. The goat has appeared, quite literally. Casual demon servant. He's randomly really buff in the PS3 sprites. They tend to do that sometimes. He took Batra's mail order drugs in PS3. You need to see the PS3 sprites? Okay, hold on, let me see before the battle starts. Oh my god! Okay, when you were saying really buff, I thought like, oh, like they exaggerated Akasaka or like Tomitake and Higurashi, but like, holy shit, that's like another level of muscle buildup. Oh my god. And you can see the whole goat like being. Okay, so it really is like a dog's snout, I understand, but it just looks so weird in the Ryukishi sprite. It just looks like a beard with a dog snout on it, or like a dog nose rather. But the PS3 sprite is an actual goat. That's really funny. Oh my god. How are you gonna explain this, Batara? I feel like there's no way. Master Chief. Do they have? Oh yeah, they have weapons like that in Halo, right? I only played Halo Reach when I was a kid. Yeah, he's huge. I feel like the Ryukishi sprite is actually kind of funny. I actually really like it. It doesn't really portray what it's supposed to be. I'm looking to order sushi, and right after you said Akasaka, I see it as a name for one of the sushi combos. Akasaka sushi? Damn, that one's gonna hit good. It just looks like a guy, yeah. Alright. I hope that Kanon can also conjure some kind of Halo weapon. What the hell? Is that? Jeshka had been unable to understand what was happening before her eyes for a while now. All she understood was that this glow in front of her existed for the purpose of ending her life. Also, isn't this whole scene like proof that it isn't Beato doing the killing? It's her servants. Which I guess you could tie back to her, but like, it's not her literally, you know? And also, like, we had the hell beings mentioned in the credits of the first episode who did the actual killing, so it's never Beato herself, I think. It's just on her command, maybe? And right now, that was enough. Kanon spoke quietly to Jeshka, who was hiding behind his back.
お嬢様、壁に下がっていてください。
Milady, please stay back against the wall.
背中は決して壁から離さないように。
Never let your back leave the wall. What?
姫君はおとなしく騎士殿の背中に隠れているがいい。
It's only right for the maiden to obediently hide behind the great knight's back.
自らの命を男に守らせる醍醐味でも存分に味わえばよい。
I do hope you enjoy the pleasure of having your life protected by a man. She really does just say that, huh? Okay, you could say that, yeah. You can also not say that Beato is a lover of women, I'm sure. I feel like Jeshka could beat that goat's ass.
さあ、カノン、お前の刃を見せてみよ。
Now, Kanon, let's have a look at your blade. Let's go, Kanon. Pull out that blade. Let's go! What the hell? I didn't expect him to actually pull something out. He can actually conjure a weapon? What is happening? Dude, this is so different. This is not what I expected to happen. She's the one ordering the servants. No. It's not. She's never at fault. Can't say that to a minor. She can't say that to women. Period. Welcome to Umineko. I guess there really is magic. I guess I'm convinced. My boy Kanon can pull out a weapon out of nowhere. All chairs can do this. You think mine can do it too? They had to give Jeshka an asthma attack because she would have kicked that goat's ass. True. Rika would have fared better if she could summon a sword. There is a sword. Also, this music is really interesting. But yeah, there is a sword that, well, I can't say the name for spoilers reason, that a certain someone can conjure technically. Or not conjure, but I think it's explained in Higurashi Go. I only know the very basics of what was mentioned in the visual novel. That's not relevant to the story at all. So it's not a spoiler, but there is a... What is it called? Onigari no Ryo or something? Something like that. Was the Higurashi sword name. So, technically, Rika could use that sword to kick certain people's ass. I was using that for gardening and stuff too. It would make his life a lot easier. I think the design for magical swords is pretty neat. I actually do wonder what it looks like in the PS3 sprites, if it looks about the same. I actually quite like them too. They look very fantastical. Like, there's no way that these are like human-made weapons. They're literally made out of glowy light.
金蔵は家具を生み出すことに関してだけはわらわの足元に及ぶやもしれぬ。
Beautiful. At least when it comes to giving birth to furniture, Kinza might even reach up as far as my feet. Giving birth to furniture. The whole furniture thing is really messing with my head. Are they humans that were just... I mean, clearly there's something more going on with Kanon if you can conjure a magical weapon. So maybe he isn't human, and furniture just refers to... I don't know. It said that Beato can summon demons and stuff, right? So what if Kinzo tried to do the same thing? He's pulling beings from another world, hell or whatever, and that's just what Kanon is. It's the same if I remember right. Okay. Basically identical. Can Tanon still summon a sword now that she's human? I would assume so. Also, like, why can't he do this now? And why didn't he do this in the first episode when he was looking for a weapon? Why didn't he just conjure up a weapon like this? Maybe he didn't have enough of a reason, but now Jeshka is definitely worth it, so he does it?
こんなものバラの手入れにも使えない。
A thing like this can't even be used to trim the roses. Okay, he does not use it for gardening.
カノン君、それは。
Kanon-kun, what's...
見せたくなかった。
I didn't want to show you.
よくぞ抜いたぞ。
So you've taken it out.
思いを寄せる女の前で己が人間以下の存在であることを晒した気分はどんなものよ。
How does it feel to expose your subhumanity in front of the girl you care for?
黙れ。
Be silent.
憤怒で己を焦がしているくせに冷静を装うか。
So you'll act composed even though you're really burning with wrath?
なるほど。真に熱き炎は青く静かだという。
Yes, they do say that truly hot flames burn a cool blue.
今のそなたがそうだというのか。
Is that how you are now?
僕の力でお前を殺すことなどできるわけもない。
There's no way I can kill you with my
お
power.
前は月。
You're the moon.
石つぶてを投げたとて月を砕くことなどできるわけもない。
I could never smash the moon by throwing a rock. Well, you're not supposed to kill her, you're supposed to kill the goat.
お前は権限するために水面にその姿を映す。
However, in order to manifest yourself, you've had to reflect your image off the surface of the water. Okay, that's probably really important as to the true nature of what Beato really is. I'm gonna assume that he means that the Beato in front of him isn't actually the real one, but like a projection or something?
水面に石つぶてを投じれば一時月を乱すこともできるかもしれない。
Which would explain the whole thing about why she's wearing different outfits and I don't know, why she's in the dream world with Batara and why she's also here just running around, why she can turn invisible. She's just like having projections of herself running around maybe? Something like that. Even now, Beato finds a way to sting Kanon. I mean, of course. If you throw a rock at the surface of the water, you might be able to disturb the moon's image for some time.
しかし月を砕くことなど至らない。
But that doesn't mean the moon has been smashed.
だから僕はこの命尽きるまで
He let it go for a second and then he was like, never mind. So, until this life of mine is
お前
over,
の映る水面を叩き続けてやる。
I keep on striking your reflection.
気に入ったぞカノン。
I like it, Kanon. I can see the goat now. There's like ears on the side. I can see it now. The snout is really funny still. I understand what he's trying to portray now. I can see it after having seen the PS3 one. It's kind of funny. It's kind of cute, actually.
始めろ家具ども。
I like it, Kanon. Begin, furniture. So is the goat also furniture then? When they talk about furniture, they just mean beings from hell? Demons of sorts? Oh my god! He just flew across my screen!
ほう。
Oh, what a horrible day to not be wearing my glasses. I could have seen Kanon in full HD.
美しい奇跡だ。
What a beautiful curve. The witch's words of admiration broke the silence, and just for an instant, they broke Jishka's paralysis. Why didn't he do this in the first episode? He could have been so cool.
夢を見てるの。
Am I dreaming? They talk about dreams quite a lot in this episode. What if they are dreaming? What if this is the dream world? They're all just sleeping. try to hide it, maybe. I mean, he was alone with Beato in that room, though, in the boiler room. Who was he trying to hide it from? The goat versus a goat. True. If I was Jessica, I'd probably puke seeing all this. I'd be in awe. I'd be like, whoa, this is kind of cool. I mean, the situation is very fantastical. I would actually think that I was dreaming. I mean, my parents died in the most horrific way, and you're telling me people can just conjure goats from hell and they just spawn Halo weapons? Like, that's fucked up. I would think I was dreaming.
魔女の家具め
Come, furniture of the witch.
元来た地獄へ叩き落としてやる
I'll beat you down to the hell you came from. So, current theory is that the Fukuin house is just a place to summon creatures from hell or wherever Kinzo gets his furniture from. And that Kanon and Shannon were made that way? But, or maybe they used like children, like human sacrifices to create these like fake demons, fake creatures from hell, something like that. Oh my god. Grrr. Fucking starts barking. Arf, arf! Oh, there we go again. Sliding across the screen. So cool. Oh no! A strand of red had been left on Kanon's cheek. The witch saw this and grinned broadly.
勘が戻らぬことを言い訳につぶやいてもよいぞ
Feel free to mutter excuses about how your instincts still haven't returned quite yet. Instincts? So maybe they like inherit the souls of like hell beings? There's quite a lot of demons, no? I think we talked about like the number of demons that Beato has under her control, and I'm sure there's more. So maybe Kinzo just bound the souls or something of demons to children of the Fukuin house or something like that. I wonder how they made that sound. They just got someone to go grrr, snarl, arf, arf, ooh. That's the goat's only line. It was actually kind of well done. I wonder who voiced them. Someone who's really good at making those kinds of sounds. That's a true skill they have right there. I'm seeing how there's a fighting game. Yeah. It fits really well. There's no VA listed on the wiki. What if it's Rukishi 07 himself? Mr. 7th expansion himself did this. Kanon-kun, stay strong. She's rooting you on.
僕はまだ死なない
It's okay. I won't die just yet. You got this, buddy. Their swords also kind of look like... Whoa! They kind of look like... Oh. Oh! He was just sliced in two! The curve drawn by the goat attendant's blade drew a large arc in empty space. Kanon wasn't there. He was behind it.
先に帰りて
Huh?
主の帰りを待つがいい
Did he just fucking teleport? Go back and await your master's return. Die. Your master's return. Oh my god. I love that sound effect. What the fuck is happening? He can apparently also just teleport or, I don't know, run really fast. Maybe he really starred in Naruto with his cool outfit. This is kind of messed up. I'm trying to like wrap my head around this, but like, what is going on? Nothing personal, kid. What? Is that like a reference to something? What is that referencing? that flash step equipped. He just flashed. Like, oh my god, this is only something people who have played League of Legends in their life would understand. He literally used flash to get behind the goat. That's insane. If this battle of drawing sparkling curves was chess, then Kanan coming from behind was check. And press and press and press and press. Use 7 moves and make it mate. Perhaps the goat attendant hadn't even been granted the ability to go into death throes. As its knees buckled and it fell over, it broke into a bunch of gold butterflies with a pop. Very intriguing. Stuff is definitely happening in this episode, and I don't understand a single thing about it. But this is pretty cool. Old internet copy pasta. He's so fucking cool. That's my goat. He is! I love Kanon. The anime trope of teleporting behind someone when you attack. I'm sorry. I literally am too offline. I don't know anything. Also, hello, Zoro. Welcome in. I think you can teleport your pieces in chess if you're fast enough. I didn't mean flash step, just flash. That's an ability in League. I don't know what flash step is referring to though. So, there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Even though I was unable to understand this battle, which surely realized that Kanon had been magnificent.
Handmadeには勝てぬか。
So it couldn't win against a handmade piece.
そこまで見下げたものではないらしい。
It seems you aren't quite that pathetic.
次はお前だ。ベアトリーチェ
Oh my god, that was a scream! You're next, Beatrice! Let's go! The instant Kanon's blade sliced diagonally through the witch's form like a knife through butter, she turned gold and burst. She scattered into several thousand gold butterflies, and for just an instant, the room was filled with the color of twilight. It was just as Kanon himself had said. Slicing Beatrice was just the same as slicing the surface of the water where the moon was reflected. The witch's form, with an ordinary expression on its face, as though she'd been there the whole time, was right behind Kanon. You've provided quite an entertaining show.
それに免じ見逃してやろうかと思ったが、今の無礼で気が変わった。
Out of respect for that, I thought about letting you off the hook, but your rudeness now has made me change my mind.
嘘をつくな。
Don't
お
lie.
前にお嬢様を殺させはしない。
I won't let you kill my
た
lady.
とえそれが無理でも、僕より先に殺させはしない。
Even if that's impossible, I won't let you kill her while I still live.
お前にはそれすらできぬわ。
You can't even do that much.
喋るな家具が。
Do not speak, furniture.
無口であれ家具が。
Be silent, furniture.
身の程を知れ家具が。
Know your place, furniture.
カノン君は家具なんかじゃない。
Kanon-kun isn't furniture.
ほう、なぜそう言えるのか。
And what makes you think that?
理由なんかいらない。
I don't need a
カ
reason.
ノン君はカノン君だよ。
Kanon-kun is Kanon-kun.
本当の名前は別にあるけれど、それでも名前は家具じゃない。
No, his real name's different, but a name doesn't make him
カ
furniture.
ノン君にはカノン君の生き方がある。
Kanon-kun has his own way of living.
それはとても高潔なもので、自らが決めるもの。
That's a noble thing, and it's something he gets to decide for himself.
家具だから意見しちゃいけないとか、家具だから自分の人生を持っちゃいけないとか、そんなのないよ。
You say he can't have an opinion because he's furniture? That he can't live his own life because he's furniture? That's wrong.
お嬢様、あいつを挑発してはいけません。
Also, is he really furniture? Like, if furniture is just like a demon creature from hell, and if he's like a man-made furniture kind of thing, I don't know, this is so weird to talk about, but like, what if he's just a human with a soul of a demon or whatever, or like demon parts inside of him? That wouldn't make him like a full-on demon, that'd make him still human, in my opinion. Flash step is Bleach. Oh, okay. I've never seen Bleach. Beatrice's face going from that teeth-baring smile to the soft smirk. I love the smirk that she does. It's really cute. What if he's just a little meow meow? He's just a little baby. I mean, look at him. Milady, you mustn't provoke her.
はっきり言っておくぜ。
No, I've got to make this
カ
clear.
ノン君は家具じゃない。
Kanon-kun isn't
人
furniture.
間だよ。
He's
ど
human.
うして
Why?
カノン君は自分の意志で私を助けに駆けつけてくれた。
Kanon-kun rushed to save me of his own free will.
そして恐ろしい魔女であるあんたの前に立ちはだかってくれた。
And he stood on the path of a fearsome witch like you.
私を見捨てることなんていくらでもできただろうに、そうしなかった。
He had so many chances to just let me go, but he didn't.
自己犠牲は人間だけが持つ高潔な精神だ。
Self-sacrifice is part of the noble spirit that only humans
だ
have.
からカノン君は人間なんだ。
That means Kanon-kun is
だ
human.
から訂正しろ。
So take it back.
カノン君を家具だなんて呼ぶな。
Don't you call Kanon-kun furniture again?
お嬢様。
Music to my ears.
語るな人間が。
He's silent human!
とっとと終わらせよう。何しろまだまだ第二の番。
You really can win in her eyes. If you're furniture, you're beneath her. You're human, you're beneath her. Witches just stand above anyone else, it seems. And talk shit about my boyfriend, basically. It's really cute. I like this scene, even though they're suffering. Kanon and Jessica are suffering, but you know, they're growing closer together and it's kind of sweet. I like it. Let's end this quickly, since this is still just the second Twilight after all.
互いの尊厳を認め合う。寄り添いし二人を今こそ生贄に捧げよ。
Now, I shall sacrifice the two who are close, who have acknowledged each other's dignity.
さあさあおいでなさい。罪を許しなさい。煉獄の七杭が一つ。色欲。
Well then, arise, forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, lust. Oh gosh. The witch summoned her furniture with a mix of laughter and anger on her face. Oh! Wait! What? Asmodeus of lust?
ここに
What are you wearing? Is this okay for her to wear? I don't know. This is like the fucking Angel Mort uniform that Xion is forced to wear. Angel Mort with a blazer. Why did they do this? Ah! The front window. Why would you do this, Yukishi? I mean, it's kind of slay. The whole outfit is kind of cool, but like, I mean, it's fitting. I would say. She even has like the straps and everything. It's kind of fitting for the sin that she represents, if you think about it. It's a little revealing, but it looks kind of cool. She works at Angel Mort part-time. Damn. They must pay really good. Angel Mort had an opening. Did it? I don't really remember what it looked like on top. The fit does rock, to be honest. It looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is a really cool... she also has the one-winged eagle. What is this? Like the patch? That surely has some meaning. There's like a, I don't know, like a lance with the wings. Very cool outfit. I like it. I like it, I like it. She's wearing thigh highs. Yeah, I'm guessing because she has like these little straps that are holding her thigh highs, I believe. Do we get like any sprites here? No, we get nothing, unfortunately. I want to see the whole thing. Angel Mort uniform was based off the Final Fantasy Dragoon. Oh, armor. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. It is fitting. Oh, yeah. Demon School. You think that exists? Very cool. I like this design. The belly button is apparently a very important detail. I don't want to say something too risque, but Rikishi did add her navel to the outfit too, so it's like a swimsuit. Yeah, it's very tight. And also like the ruffles in this area, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of insane. But like, I'm well aware that Rikishi is kind of a degenerate because if you read like the final chapter of Higurashi Rei, you'll look at Rikishi in a totally different light. The stuff that he wrote, I don't even know what to say. And like, after you read that chapter, there's also like a staff meeting thing, and the stuff he says in there, I look at this guy very differently now. He's a male otaku with a lot that it entails. He's like those guys that we saw in Angel Mort with the wipey stuff in Higurashi. He's kind of like that. I would like to think that he took himself as reference for writing those guys. Also, I'm sorry if I butcher her name. I've had enough of this farce. Quickly, execute the second twilight. Don't keep me waiting, got it? She has a nice voice. As you command. Another weirdo shown up. It took Kanon less than an instant to understand. That goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, this newly summoned furniture was a game piece with a vastly different value. I mean, the goat guy just seemed like some kind of weird minion that didn't even have a name, couldn't even properly talk. But this one is like one of the, what did you say? The stakes of, oh, I forgot something. 7 stakes of purgatory. She's like one of the 7 deadly sins, I guess you could say. Is that what the 7 stakes of purgatory are? The 7 deadly sins, basically? I put the full sprite in the server. Let's go. Wait. Oh! Oh, that's so cool! I love that design. Let me see. Oh, the PS3 one is really nice too. If it wasn't such a pain to show my browser, I would show it on stream, but you're just gonna have to trust that it looks really good. She looks awesome. She has a Fangy in the PS3 sprite, if I'm not mistaken, but we haven't seen a Fangy in the Rikishi one. Had to pull out a named enemy. True. Watara's wavelength must really suck if you only saw Asmodeus as a metal stake in the tea party. Oh yeah, true. I guess depending on who she summons, we should see them as the weapons, or like they use the weapons. Oh wait. So that makes sense. Now her emblem actually makes sense because that kind of looks like the ice picks, quote unquote, that were in Eva's and Hideyoshi's heads. So that actually makes sense. Technically, this is, what, Kinzo? And was Kinzo really killed with this? He had something like this in his head, but I don't know if he was actually killed with it, because in the end, everyone had an ice pick inside of their body at some point, right? Everyone died to the ice picks, basically. But yeah. We did talk about the 7 deadly sins in the tea party. True. Kanon died to Wrath. Yeah, for some reason I thought that Wrath kinda... I mean... I wonder if it like correlates to the quote-unquote sins they commit. I don't know. they haven't really committed the sin of lust, I would argue. They haven't really done anything of the sort, but last time when Kanan went after Beato, there was definitely wrath involved, which is kind of interesting to think about. I wonder if them just wanting to be together and them being in love counts as lust, and therefore it is justified for them to be killed by Asmodeus. I wonder. Aren't we all in the Discord anyway? I don't think anyone is in there. Everyone, sorry. But I think most people are. But that I would love to see beautiful women that could kick his ass, true. Sorry, I'm trying to go through the messages. Of the 72 or whatever Maria was talking about before, I don't know how thoroughly the game explains it, but the 7 deadly sins are supposed to each be matched to a particular archdemon? Mm-hmm. In the vaguest sense, they want each other. I mean, yeah, they want each other in a romantic sense, kind of. So I guess it could be seen as lust. So I guess it makes sense for them to be killed by Asmodeus. That's how I'm gonna interpret it. Wow, I must be lucky to be given such wonderful prey. You scared? How cute! I like her voice. Come, furniture of the witch. I won't be killed by you. You're acting pretty smart for a dunce who can't even follow me with his eyes. Here I go, okay. Hey, where do you want it? Where do you want me to pierce you? Answer me, cutie. I'll pierce you good wherever you want. Why would you say it like this? Come on. Answer me, cutie. It's very fitting, but it's making me feel really awkward. This is all he can say about this? Okay. Don't call me cute. Here I go, you dunce. Come on, try and follow me, you blind idiot. That is a good laugh. I like her. She's awesome. Oh my god, that was fast. Wasn't that the same sound? Oh no. Uh-oh. The lady. No. I was gonna say, that's the same sound effect that we got when Beato was like trying to show off how Eva and Hideyoshi got killed, and we heard the same sound of like the stakes, I don't know, making that weird metal clanking sound, and then Pierce. Yeah, this is pretty bad. This is not good. I couldn't even follow it with my eyes. But my guess was spot on. Serves you right. Oh yeah, I was thinking she probably tried to shield Kanon. Oh. Well, I guess she died in a nice way, I suppose. I didn't want her to die, but at least she died protecting Kanon, which is kind of cool. She's awesome. I love her. I love that sound effect. Honestly, me too. I think it's kind of nice. Even though it means that Jessica just died, but it's okay. Kanon's back had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She predicted that the witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. But she had no way to block it. She hadn't planned on it being some act of self-sacrifice. She just couldn't think of any other way to protect Kanon's back. So she could do nothing but block it with her own back. The furniture of the witch, which had changed its form into a demon's stake, was buried deep into Jeshka's back. It was an obviously fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a laugh, a loud evil laugh even, because it had hit where the witch had predicted. Everything was as the witch had predicted.
どうしたカノン
What's wrong, Kanon?
ジェシカお嬢様はお前より先には殺されなかったんじゃないのか
Milady Jeshka just got killed while you still lived, didn't she?
そうそうそれそれその顔よお前のその顔が見たかった
Yes, yes, that's it. That face, that look on your face is what I wanted to see. Oh, it is getting harder to be like, yeah, I love Beto when she does this to two of my favorite characters in the whole game. Beto, stop.
楽しんだ実に十分
Not truly enjoyable.
もうよい死ね死ね笑わせろ
That's enough. Die, make me laugh.
さあさあおいでなさい罪を許しなさい
Come, arise, forgive the
煉
sin.
獄の七杭が一つ
One of the 7 stakes of purgatory.
今度
Wrath. We get to see 2 of
組んだ
them.
のサタン
Satan of Wrath. Okay, so it's a different deadly sin, whatever. Different stake of purgatory, whatever. But it's the same like badge thing, so it's not what I thought. Or unless they all have the same weapon, in which case I said nothing. Satan of Wrath. This is who he was killed by last time. You know, she loves the fact that she got Kanon to live while Jeshka died, for sure. I'll still forgive her. Okay. Makes it easier for me to like her. I mean, it's nice that Beto's enjoying this, but like, I'm not enjoying this. I like the hair color with the outfit. It's a nice contrast. I really like how she looks. Very cute. I love her drill hair. Yeah, I love hair like this. It's awesome.
ここに
Satan of Wrath, right here.
その獲物はお前のものだ
This prey is yours.
今すぐ食らってこやつの舞台に幕を下ろしてやれ
Eat him up right now and close the curtain on this stage. On his stage.
人ならば交番とも言おうが家具のお前の場合は大道具係が舞台裏に運び出すといったところか
If you were a human, I'd say it's time for you to step down, but since you're furniture, maybe I should say it's time for the stage manager to carry you behind the stage. That's a messed up thing to say.
家具じゃない
I'm not furniture anymore.
そしてそれを二度と疑わない
I won't doubt that again.
なーに
Oh, what's this?
あんたまた私に殺されちゃうの
You want to be killed by me again? Again? So this really is happening again? It's just a loop? Because he did get killed by her last time? Oh my god. There's so many things happening. There's so much information being dumped on me. Oh, the number of characters keep increasing. There's so much to keep track of now. So they're really... again, okay. So this is happening again. What does that mean? What does that mean if things are happening again? There's a sense of tragedy that this revelation comes only after the person he loves dies. Yeah, the person that wanted him to understand this the whole time. Don't stop thinking. You might want to write things down, Spooky. I should, probably. There's a lot happening here. I should have taken notes from the beginning. Is it too late now? There are so many things being dropped on me that I can't even make sense of what's happening anymore. This scene is like ruining me right now. This is Kirigiri's VA, by the way. Oh, that's why the voice sounds so familiar. I was like, oh, I feel like I know this voice, but she hasn't said enough for me to be like, yeah, okay, this is Kirigiri for sure. That's cool. Not too late. Okay, I'll take notes in the next ad break. A few notes, also to like collect my thoughts, maybe a little bit.
あんたの胸温かくて本当に貫くと気持ちがいいのよ。
I cannot tell if this is Kirigiri. The voice sounds familiar, but I can't tell that it's the same VA actually. Your chest? It's so warm and it feels so good to pierce it.
また味合わせて。
Come on, let me have another taste, okay?
あなたの温かい胸の中で熱い熱い血潮で私を思いっきり気持ちよくして。
Won't you make me feel really good with that hot, fresh blood in that warm chest of yours? Well, damn. There was no way to block it. The sound of a woodpecker filled the entire room. And before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. When you take a piece in chess, the rules say that it's impossible for your opponent's piece to defend itself, so this was an obvious result in accordance with the rules. Kanon landed on his knees, and he apologized. Not to the witch, and not to Milady. He apologized to Jessica. Ah! This is so sad!
守りきれなかった。
I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you.
気にしないで。
Don't worry about it.
かっこよかった。
You were really cool. If only he was wearing the outfit that Shannon picked out for him. Kanon finally fell over. He landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there like the constellation Gemini.
カノン君はさ、
You know, Kanon-kun?
家具じゃないよ。
You aren't furniture anymore.
はい。それに気づくのが遅すぎた。
Yes, I was too late in realizing that.
本当の名前。
I wanted to ask you what your real name was.
僕の本当の名前は
My real name is... No! In his last moments, Kana wanted to tell her his real name, but Jessica had already fallen into a sleep from which she would never wake. No! So, Kanon's real name, which he had protected until today. In the end, he couldn't tell it to Jessica.
僕は人間にな
I became human. Those were the last words Kanon left behind. This is fucked up. This is so 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 fucked up.
笑わせるな家具が。
Don't make me laugh, furniture.
100年を経ようと家具は家具よ。
Even after 100 years, furniture will still be furniture.
捨てるときに家具のために墓穴を掘るバカがどこにいる？
She's so fucking mean. Have you ever heard of anyone stupid enough to dig a grave for their furniture when they throw it away?
家具は叩き割って薪にして、後には灰しか残らぬわ。
You smash furniture to pieces and make firewood, so all that's left is ashes.
そういうことよ。家具に刻める墓碑などない。
That's how it is. Furniture gets no
貴
tombstone.
様は死ねばこれ以上の屈辱を受けることがないと信じてるようだが、それは甘いぞ。
It seems you believe death means an end to your humiliation, but that's naive.
死者を恥ずかしめるというのがどういうものか。
I'll show you what it really
わらわが
means
教えてやろうぞ。
to disgrace the dead. What could she possibly do to make this worse, actually? After taking a puff from her pipe, the witch breathed the smoke at Kanon's corpse. When she did, Kanon's corpse softly floated up into the air and disappeared as though it had been eaten by a mouth in empty space. The witch played dirty until the very end. The corpse of the pair who managed to understand each other in the end were not even permitted to be close. If someone had been watching, they would probably say mournfully, "So this is what you meant by disgracing the dead." However, Beatrice was far crueler than that. The reason for that would soon become apparent. How could she make this worse? This is already so bad! I really would have liked to learn his real name. It's really wait, did she just turn back the time? That did not go in the direction it was supposed to go. Wait, hold on. What happened? Oh, my brain is about to explode. Oh my god, that was so much. That was so much information. There's so much to think about. I feel like I should go through all of the 16 VODs and like take notes. But like, who has the time for that? What the hell? What is happening? The logical Joji is gonna assume Kanon was in on it. That'd be fucked up. The stream is really testing your mind, Spooky. It is! Just start again from the beginning. Yeah, what if we just start again? If you do that, you might understand too much. Would that be a bad thing, though? Anyway, there's an ad break coming in a few seconds, so I'm gonna cool down my brain because this is so much. See you in 3. Okay, I'm back. I didn't even get to note-taking because I had no time. I was getting the fan because it's so hot in here. But yeah, I don't even know what to take notes on. I feel like after the stream, I may take like a few notes of things that are like on my mind and like some theories that I have because there's so many things happening all at once. But I agree that it's kind of hard to know what to take note of. When I was taking notes in Higurashi, I feel like I was just recapping what happened in the individual episodes and like trying to make sense of what was happening. But the Higurashi notes actually ended up not helping me whatsoever. But I feel like maybe just taking a few notes here and there of things that are being mentioned and things that are being said that I want to remember might be the way to go. Yeah, welcome back to you too. Please do share the notes. I will try to. If I'm not too embarrassed. I don't really like sharing my notes. Even though my notes are basically just what's going on in my brain, but for some reason I feel ashamed once I write it down. Normal journaling is also fun. I do that sometimes with like things that I read. Sometimes I'll take notes on, like for example, I took notes on like my thoughts about Girls' Last Tour and stuff to like process my emotions since I was like bawling at the end of it. I was like, oh, and I just wanted to kind of get my thoughts sorted out because I was so sad. But yeah. All the notes are just gonna be, this just happened, yeah. It's just gonna be what the fuck just happened. This is crazy. That's all. Anyway, now we have Kinzo. And the time was turned back like, I don't know, an hour or so, roughly. I see.
始まったか。
So it has begun. I was actually like wondering, she was talking about her turn. Like we talked about it during the first episode that, oh, she isn't even dead right now. Nor is he. But we were talking about the Twilights being like different turns, like in chess, like in a game. And I was thinking, okay, if she's having like a sort of game with Kinzo or anyone else, then there must be someone else also like having turns, right? It's not just like, this is not a normal like quote unquote chess game, any game really. You take turns. So she can't just do this all in rapid succession. Someone else also has to make turns after she does her turns, you know? Does that make sense? There's two people to a game, so I don't know. There must be someone else also doing things. I journal for anime, and it's super obvious when I'm very opinionated about something because of how much I write. I get that. 100%. Everyone reacts, right? Mm-hmm. Patara spent so long saying it's not my turn over and over at the start of the EP. I mean, yeah. She also has like some kind of game going on with Patara wherever they are in that like dream world thing. So she might have like multiple things going on. Maybe Kinzo thinks he's somehow involved, but he actually has like no part in this game whatsoever. And she has like a game with someone else, like Patara, for example. I don't know. It's kind of hard to make sense of that right now. I see. So it has begun.
はい。
Even though Kinzo had received news of 6 deaths, his emotions did not waver. The expression on his face as he gazed out the window was a smile, as though his opponent in a chess game had just made a spectacular move. It was hard to imagine that such an expression could ever appear on a father who had lost so many children at once. It's not like he gives a fuck.
ゴーダとカノンが警察へ電話しております。
Goda and Kanon followed Rosa-sama's orders and went to call the police.
それから親方様に以後のご指示を仰ぐようにとも仰せつかっておりますが。
After that, she ordered us to follow your orders, master.
いかがいたしますか。
What shall we do?
すでにこの島は現世から切り離されているのだ。
This island has already been cut off from the real world.
電話など何の役にも立たぬわ。
Mere phones will serve no purpose.
やめさせますか。
Should I have them stop?
ルーレットが終わるまで何をして過ごすも自由だ。
Until the roulette is finished, what they do to pass the time is up to them.
好きにさせてやれ。
Let them do as they please.
はい。
Yes,
そ
sir.
の
Hello, Noelle. Welcome in.
ローザ様には何とお伝えいたしましょうか。
What should we tell Rosa-sama?
何をして過ごすも自由だと言っておる。
Didn't I say they should pass the time as they please?
歌おうが踊ろうが。
They can sing if they want, dance if they want.
首をつろうが煮えたぎる大釜に飛び込むも自由。
They're even free to hang themselves by the neck or jump into a boiling kettle.
13人が死ぬまで好きに過ごせばよいのだ。
Until 13 people die, they can spend their time as they like.
そんなに退屈ならば、なぜに 6×9 が42になるかでも考えていればいい。
If that's too boring, they can wonder about whether 6 times 9 equals 42 or something. It does not, actually?
それが
Why would you
人
say
と宇
that?
宙の神秘の答えだ。
6 times 9 does not equal 42, in fact. Why would you say that? That's the answer to the mystery of humanity and the universe. I know about the 42 part, but 6 times 9?
申し訳ございません。
Yes, my apologies. Shannon cowered in fright at at this sudden rage. Genji made a gesture as though telling her not to speak out of turn. Shonan couldn't help but regret saying too much.
だが
However,
自由にしてよいのはお前たちもだ
you too are also free to do as you wish.
源氏そしてシャノンも
Genji, and Shannon
今
too.
日までよく私に尽くしてくれた
You have done well serving me until today.
もったいないお言葉です。
Your words are too good for me.
ですがその
But,
私どもは親方様にお仕えすることを誓った家具です。
we're furniture who have sworn to serve the master.
いついかなる時でもおそばに控えております。
We stand ready to serve you no matter the time,
最後のその
until the
時
very end.
うん
But didn't Shannon say she isn't furniture anymore? You have no obligations towards him in that case. I just realized right now that the actual equation is 6 times 7 equals 42. I mean, yeah. The easiest way for me to, like, remember the... Well, what do you call it in English? The whole, like, table of numbers of, like, what equations are formed from, like, multiplying two numbers together. I don't know. English is hard. Is to just take the number times 10 and, like, subtract from there. Like, in the case of 6, it would be 60, minus 6 would be 54, so it makes no sense. I think I was supposed to, like, learn them by heart when I was a kid, but I never did. I just kind of calculate it in my head as fast as I can in my day-to-day. I don't actually remember things off the top of my head. I can remember some things, like 5 times 5 is 25, 5 times 6, 30, 6 times 6, what was that? Actually, don't ask me that one. 32? Is it 32? Now I would have to do math in my head, but I think it's 32. 36. Fuck! This is why you don't do math live on stream. Hey, I got the other two correct. I would say that's pretty impressive. They tried to make me memorize timetables. Oh, is it just called timetables? Or is timetable something different? I don't know. I don't know what timetables are. And I didn't, and I still did very well at school level maths, so... I think I did okay in school. In math, I was okay. Could have gone worse. I wasn't stupid or anything, but I would purposefully not fill in my exams. I just write my name and, like, turn in my paper and be like, yeah, I don't want to do this. Just 1/6 more than 5 times 6. No, don't say that. You're right. Fuck. You're right. Stop. I don't want to think about how stupid me saying 32 was. Don't ever say. I think I was thinking of 16 plus 16, which makes no sense. I do multiplications by 5 by dividing by 2 instead. That is very interesting.
お前たちにはすべてを話しておきたい。
I want to tell you about everything. Please do.
シャノン、遺言を書く。
Shannon, I'm going to write a
実
will.
行を頼む。
I shall need you to transcribe for me.
源氏はいつもの酒を頼む。
Please, Genji, my usual drink.
はい。
Huh? Yes, sir. Nanjo often recommended that Kinzo write a will because of his health, but each time he had, Kinzo had gone mad with rage. Ever since then, you'd think will would have been the word Kinzo hated most. After hearing such a word come from his lips, Shannon couldn't help doubting her ears for a second. Shannon hurriedly prepared the side table and some writing paper. Genji followed his orders and began preparing that usual green evil drink.
準備が整いました。
Maybe he'll fly into a rage once his lips touch even the slightest amount, a slither of absinthe.
うん。 何から語るか。
Where should I begin?
我が生涯を語るもよいか。
Shall I also speak of my life?
思い出深い対局を寄付に残すのは楽しいことだ。
It would be fun to leave behind a record of my most memorable games.
100年以上も昔の寄付を読み、対局者たちの思いを探る思考の旅も実に楽しい。
It can be truly amusing to read the records of old games from centuries past, to journey in search of those players' thoughts. Centuries past? Is he implying that he's like super duper mega old? Centuries old?
ならば我が生涯の寄付も後世の者によって我が思いを探る旅への誘いとなるのだろうか。
Yeah, I think he's just talking about old chess games that he likes to revisit. So, should the game record of my life lead those in the future to go on a journey and search for my thoughts? I would be interested, maybe, a little bit. For a while, Kinzo pondered over where he should begin, strutting all over the room with his hands behind his back. He's doing the old man walk.
親方様、どうぞ。
Master, here.
Hmm.
Ya drink.
すまんな我が友よ。さて我が生涯を語るにはあの魔女との出会いから記さねばなるまい。
Ah, yes, thank you, my friend. Well then, if I'm to speak of my life, I must begin by writing of my meeting with that witch.
シャノン筆記せよ。
Shannon, begin writing.
私がベアトリーチェに初めて出会ったのはだいぶ以前に遡る。
My first meeting with Beatrice took place a long way back.
あれは昭和の何年だったか。
What year of the Showa era was it?
確か終戦の。
It must have been at the end of the war, so... No. You don't switch the scene on me right now. Oh. This is truly torture. Why would you do that? I wanted to know more. It would not be that easy, huh? I mean, technically, Kinzo is super duper mega old since we're reading this so many years after he is probably supposed to have been dead. So technically, since he's alive in this game right now, he is super duper mega old. Makes total sense, doesn't it? It's the 80s, so Kinzo could record a video will on VHS if he wanted. That'd actually be kind of funny. But he has to do it drunk. So his normal state then. My Beato lore dump, it will not be presented to us today. Hello Zazzle, welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. End of the war is a pretty good time frame compared to what we had before. That's true. End of the war. I'm trying to think. I would have to go back to episode 1 because I don't know anything about history. Like the whole incident with his family dying, was that before or after the war? I don't remember anymore. Umineko got a lot of words. I'm sure they'll get back on the topic eventually. I'm sure. We'll go back in time to listen to Kinzo talk about his past, I'm sure. The war refuses to elaborate. This fucking guy. We took enough time to regain our calm, and we each swore to our parents that we'd catch the culprit. It would be a lie to say we weren't still torn up. Even now, if we let our guards down just a little, we'd probably start going on a rampage, just like Jishka, letting our emotions show with some kind of violence. I'm just interested, on like I'm interested about whether the war was before his parents or like his whole family died, or if it was after, because I thought that he might have used Beato's powers to end his whole family, basically. And if he met Beato before his family basically succumbed to the natural disaster, then, you know, it could tie back into it. The Kanto earthquake was in the 1920s. So before the war. Huh, so then, I mean, that would mean that he did not use her powers then? It is tough to say. There's a lot of wars. He doesn't even specify which one. They did talk about a war in episode 1. I forgot which one that was, though. I'm also, like, trying not to mix in the stuff they talked about in Higurashi, because they also talked about war in that one. There's the war. But yeah, there's multiple smaller wars, though. It doesn't have to be the big one. I mean, I guess it makes sense. If he only says the war, then I guess you could come to conclusions on your own. Also, hello, Krungo. I didn't even say hello. In Japan in particular. Assuming it's this side of the mid-20th century. Yeah. I guess it is the one and only war. I'm just gonna assume. I mean, they also talked about, like... It wasn't in Umineko, right? Where they talked about, like, Americans and, like, their influence on Japan and whatnot. The Showa era started in 1926, yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to not confuse it with, like, Higurashi, because there's, like, a lot of... There was so much information about, like, all kinds of different parts of history in Higurashi, and I'm trying to not confuse the two. But I think they talked about it a little bit in episode 1. In the beginning, I think. When they were, like, elaborating on the earthquake and the time surrounding that, too. World War I ended in 1918, so if you wanted to use that to time after with the earthquake in the 20s. The sequel. I mean, yeah. It doesn't matter. I'm sure he'll get back into it and it will all become a little bit more clear where we stand on the timeline. According to what Goda-san said after he got back, right now Kanon-kun was looking after Jessica. Apparently she was still very emotionally high-strung.
そう、ありがとう。
I see, thank you.
若い子の気持ちは若い子の方が汲み取れるかもしれない。
Maybe a young kid would be better at understanding a young kid's
今は
feelings.
そっとしておく方がいいんでしょうね。
It would probably be better if we left them alone for now.
ローザさん、
If only they knew what was transpiring in the mansion right now. There's no one there. Also, they haven't even checked on Kuma-sama. Is she in the mansion? Is she maybe listening to them having an epic battle and, like, screaming in Jessica's room, I wonder? Maybe she isn't even alive anymore.
私らにこれ以上ここに留まってできることは何もありません。
Rosa-san, there's nothing more to be gained by remaining
電
here.
話は普通でしょうが、明日になれば船が来てくれて、それで警察へ連絡できるでしょう。
The phones may not be working, but tomorrow the boat will come and we should be able to reach the police. I'm actually surprised they're still in here. Hello, Squisho. Welcome in.
警察の捜査のためにもここはこのまま残すべきです。
We should leave this place as it is for the police's investigation.
私も南條先生に同感です。
I agree with Dr.
こ
Nanjo.
のようなところにいつまでもおられますと、お体に障ります。
Staying in a place like this for too long will be bad for your health.
戻り、紅茶をお入れしましょう。
Let us return and make some black tea.
そうね。私もそれに賛成よ。
Yeah, I agree with
バ
that.
トラ君もジョージ君も、もういい。
Batara-kun, Joji-kun, are you
こ
ready?
こは閉めましょう。
Let's lock up
警
here.
察が来た時のためにも、ここはこのまま残しておいた方がいいわ。
We ought to leave this place as it is anyway, for when the police come. Also, there's like something interesting that I read in The Secret History when I was reading it a couple days ago. They were like citing some old classic literature, and they were talking about how some like very graphic, violent, horrible, terrific, terrifying, sorry, things can be beautiful. And it kind of reminded me of the thing that Rosa said about the deaths of her family members and their spouses being kind of beautiful. She thought that their deaths were beautiful, and it kind of reminded me of this whole scene. And I wonder, since Rikishi is like taking a lot of inspiration from different religions, mostly Christianity, but also isn't it like partially also derived from Greek mythology? And I think what they were citing in The Secret History was also Greek mythology. The characters are like in Greek class or whatever, so it could all like tie back in together. So I'm pretty sure that that was also something that he was referencing. It was kind of cool, since I'm not really familiar with anything of that sort.
そうですね。バトラ君、大丈夫かい？
You're right, Batara-kun. Are you okay?
ああ、流せる涙は流し尽くしたぜ。
Yeah, I've cried all I can.
大丈夫さ。
I'm fine now. The Sublime? I think so? I think it was mentioned in the book. It talked a lot about showing the beauty in death and horror in the Silent Hill F interviews too. Seems like a theme. Yeah. I mean, the game has like a lot of beautiful scenes, even though the topics in that game are pretty gruesome. Like, I haven't seen too much of Silent Hill F, but it kind of gives off the feeling without knowing anything more about it, so it kind of makes sense. The police would surely find some evidence during their thorough investigation, but we weren't adult enough to wait for that. I'd investigated the chapel in my own way, trying to grab the culprit before the police arrived, and what I figured out was absolutely nothing, frustratingly. I wasn't able to find a single hint.
さあ、出ましょう。
Come on, let's go
マ
out.
リア、行くわよ。
Maria, we're going.
いつまでもジロジロ見ていないの。
Don't keep staring at it.
さあさあ、マリア様、
Come, come, Maria-sama.
参りましょう。
Let us
ここ
return.
は肩を冷やします。
It's cold here.
父さん、母さん、
Father, mother,
今日までありがとう。
thank you for everything.
僕はきっと父さんたちの期待を裏切らない男になる。
I will definitely become a man who doesn't betray your expectations. Joji spoke his last words of farewell to his parents. After seeing that, Batara followed suit.
親父、綺麗さ。
Just looking at their faces, it looked like they were sleeping, but that just made it even more painful.
こんな涼しすぎるところに残してくろ。
Forgive me for leaving you in a cold place like this.
絶対に敵は取るぜ。
I'll definitely get whoever did this,
絶対にな。
no matter what. This felt like a perfect opportunity to like want back into the purple
こ
void.
れは何？
What is this?
気色の悪い落書きだね。
What a repulsive scribble.
犯人が書いたのかな？
Did the culprit draw it?
悪趣味に過ぎますな。
This is worse than vulgar.
これはひどい。
How horrible. When the door to the chapel was closed, we learned about that creepy scribble for the first time.
私たちが見つけた最初からもう書かれておりました。
When we first found this, it was already drawn here.
おそらく犯人が書いたものに違いないでしょう。
It must have been made by the culprit.
犯人は魔女だから。こりゃ悪魔を呼び出す魔法陣か何かだったのか。
So supposedly, the culprit was a witch, and this is a magic circle to summon a demon or something? I wonder, since she was able to like summon the demons from like butterflies, if the drawing on the door is actually about summoning the demons, or if it means something else. She was able to summon them just fine in Jessica's room without drawing any magic circle. It's a bit funny that Batara calls Rudolph Oyaji or old man, yeah. I mean, he always does that. He also called him bastard in episode 1 while he was like looking at his corpse, so... it just, you know, makes the relationship very clear in a way. He'll live up to them, accept the expectation that he marries someone who's worthy of him. I mean, I feel like Hideyoshi wouldn't mind too much, and Eva, with enough persuasion, would be fine with it. I'm sure. Or maybe she would have killed Chanon, who knows. It's iconic how he goes, "Dad, I always told you to go to hell, but I never meant it like this." It was very heartbreaking, actually. I think now that we've seen them react to their parents' death in episode 1, I feel like that one was the scene that kind of broke me the most in episode 1. I feel like every time from now on where they'll see their parents dead will not be as impactful anymore, because that one was kind of shocking. I kind of have come to expect someone dying, mostly the adults, and them reacting to their parents' death, so it's kind of sad. Also, it's the first time one of the cousins died, pretty much. Because Jessica's dead now. Very sad. But I'm curious as to, like, what notes we'll get on them. So far, the portrait, or like the description of the characters have not changed.
これは太陽の7の魔法陣だよ。
This is the 7th magic circle of the
そ
sun.
んなのも知らないんだね。
Don't you even know that?
あいた。
Ouch!
こら
Hey!
その気持ち悪い笑いをやめなさいといつも言ってるでしょ。
Don't I always tell you not to make that creepy laugh?
マリア、続けろ。
Maria, go
何
on.
の意味があるんだ。
What does it mean?
肉体的、あるいは精神的な束縛から逃れるための魔法陣だよ。
It's a magic circle to escape from physical or mental
そ
bonds.
して演習部に書かれているヘブライ語は、主は私の枷を解かれました。
And the part written around the circumference says, "The Lord has freed me from my chains."
私はあなたに感謝の生贄を捧げ、主の皆を呼ぶでしょう。
I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord in Hebrew.
感謝の生贄。
Sacrifice of
父
thanksgiving?
さんたちが殺されたのはこの魔法陣のための生贄だっていうのか。
So they killed father and the rest to use them as human sacrifices for this magic circle?
心を落ち着けてジョージ君。
Calm down,
こん
Joji-kun.
なのは犯人の挑発よ。
This is the culprit trying to provoke
どうせ
us.
意味なんてないわ。
I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. We know that there's like multiple witches, right? So what if, oh god, I'm like thinking about it. There was like Bernkastel, and they talked about another witch. I forgot the name. Lambda Delta? Something like that? What if she's also like partially having a game with Lambda Delta, taking turns with Beato? And they're like, because like the way that they kill people is kind of different, unless they'll put a mark on the door where she killed Kanon and Jishka. Maybe what I'm thinking about doesn't even make sense. I'm thinking, oh, maybe they're taking turns killing people in a sort of game, but I guess it wouldn't really make sense since this whole ceremony ritual thing is to revive Beato specifically, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe it doesn't even make sense. Also, hello, Zero. Welcome in. Happy Halloween, now Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is strange given Rosa's memory was of a turkey split. True. Isn't turkey something that you eat during Thanksgiving? The part about the Lord is taken from the Psalm 116, 16-17 in the Bible. Let me open up my Bible and cross-reference. Calm down, Doji-kun. Doji-kun, this is the culprit trying to provoke us. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. Thinking about it will only poison the heart. And looks like there's some English written here.
Happy Halloween for Maria.
I get it. And the key to open this door was handed over to Maria. Is that what's going on? Well, this is the chapel after all. Maybe Maria doesn't mean Maria-chan, but the Virgin Mary. In that case, you could read this as a blasphemy against God in the name of Halloween. I didn't even think about that. They say witches who make contracts with demons swear to defile God's name at all times. In that sense, this really is a witch-like crime. Sounds like you know a lot about it. Did you get that from Maria? Yeah, something like that. What does that mean, Joji? Did you or did you not? The chapel, huh? They went to all the trouble of calling them out here and killing them. What is this music in the background? Let's go! I don't think you need the Bible to understand Umineko. That'd be quite the reading I'd have to catch up on. The chapel, huh? They went to all the trouble of calling them out here and killing them. Aunt Rosa. Does this chapel have some kind of special meaning? What do you mean, a special meaning? Well, someone carried 6 human corpses all the way over here and set up these elaborate decorations. We can't tell if she called the 6 of them over here before killing them, or if she killed them before carrying them over here. But either way, it'd take a lot of effort. I feel like Rosa could actually give perspective on this, given that she was also here in the chapel last night before they all died, so I'd kind of want to hear her perspective on this whole scene. Thanksgiving is historically also a harvest fest or religious day like Halloween. I guess it all kind of fits in together. The thinker is thinking. Why did the culprit want 6 people to die here? True. By doing something that elaborate, there would be an extremely high chance of some disadvantageous evidence being found when the police arrive. It is inconceivable that the culprit would fail to realize this. The issue now is why the culprit went to all that effort. And that leads us to just one question. What meaning is there to this place where we found the 6 corpses?
ここはお父様の大切な礼拝堂だったの。
This chapel was important to Father. I'm kind of pissed off at how little information Rosa is giving to the rest of them. Ugh. Hello, Laika. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you got some good art done. The mouse is as big as the elephant. The mouse is actually bigger in your chat message. That's a huge mouse. Hello, Laika. Hello, Dado. Hello, Sammy. Hello, the big oog. Welcome, welcome. Someone put dirt in my eye. What? How does that happen? You guys should check out Laika. She does some awesome art, and she made her 2 models herself. She's awesome. Happy to catch you live again, Miss Spooky. It is very nice to have you here. We're currently reading Umineko. We're on episode 2, and we're currently investigating the murder of 6 people. And there's actually 2 more dead people somewhere around the mansion, but they haven't found them yet, so they'll be happy to find them dead soon enough. There's a lot of information being thrown at us in this episode, so if you don't want to get spoiled, close your eyes, don't look. But yeah, I hope that you can relax well after your stream. Like, remember to stretch your hands. This chapel was important to Father.
私が子供の頃からここに立ち入ってはいけないと厳しく言われていたわ。
Ever since I was a kid, I was given strict instructions never to enter it.
マリアも前にここに来てものすごい怒られた。
I came here once too, got in lots of trouble.
大切な礼拝堂。
An important chapel.
後ろ宮本家にとって何か縁のある。
Does it have some connection to the Ushiromiya head family?
わからないの。
I don't know.
お父様はこの礼拝堂をとても神聖視していて、何度か化粧直しの工事をさせるくらい大事にしていたわ。
Father viewed this chapel as very sacred, and he treasured it so much that he had it redecorated several
で
times.
も、みんなも知っての通り、
But, as everyone knows,
お父様は黒魔術が大好きなくらいで、敬虔な信者だったわけじゃない。
Father wasn't a devout believer, as his passion for black magic demonstrates. It's kind of contradictory.
ここで神に祈りを捧げてたなんて聞いたこともない。
I've never heard of him coming here to offer his prayers to God. I never
私の知
even
る限りでも
thought
こ
about
こに
it.
親方様がいらっしゃったことはありません。
What's the purpose of having a chapel here if you're not even religious? Like, why build this? Why maintain it? Why think of it as super important to you? It's kind of weird. How'd they get in the chapel last night to see Beato's trick if Maria had the key? Also, good question. Magic. I mean, I guess they could have used magic to enter. It's not like it had stopped them before. It is very weird. It is weird! Why does he have this? Nothing is making sense in my head right now. Why would you have this? As far as I know, the master has never come here.
私たちもここを開かずの礼拝堂と呼んで、その
We even call this the sealed chapel, and
お化け屋敷のような感じで、薄気味悪く思っておりました。
I found it eerie, like a haunted house.
お父様自身全く近づかなかったのに、なぜか年に何度か使用人たちに大掃除をさせていたわ。
Even though father never even approached it himself, for some reason, he made the servants give it a major cleaning several times a year.
常に清潔にしていて、まるでいつ使用する時が来てもいいようにという感じだった。
It felt like he kept it clean all the time so that it could be used at any moment.
にもかかわらず、開かずの礼拝堂ってか。
And even so, it's called the sealed chapel. Maybe he uses the chapel for some of his, like, black magic? I mean, they even had a shrine on the island. Did they mention if he built this too? Maybe this was here beforehand, like the shrine. It's does seem like they're implying that he built this though. Like, it was never mentioned that the shrine was like particularly well taken care of. But I wonder if this is like to diminish Beato's powers, kind of? Like the shrine? Or it doesn't really diminish her powers, but it definitely like messes with her magic or whatever. He'll have a space station that we didn't know about. We'll have episode 5 up in space. Let's go.
不謹慎だが面白い響きじゃねえか。
And even so, it's called the Sealed Chapel. Maybe it's indiscreet to say this, but doesn't that sound pretty cool?
南條先生はじい様の古い友人なんだって。
Dr. Nanjo, you're an old friend of grandfather's, right?
そのあたりの経緯を聞いたことは。
Have you heard anything about it?
ずいぶん昔に聞いたことがありますが、何と言ってはぐらかされたか忘れました。
I did ask about it once long ago, but I forget exactly how he dodged my question.
そうそう。こんなことを言っておりましたっけ。
That's right. I believe he said something like...
いつか自分もあそこで祝福を受けることもできるかもしれない。
Someday, perhaps I too will be able to receive a blessing there.
しかしそれは奇跡でも起きない限り訪れないと。
But unless a miracle occurs, that day will never come. Receive a blessing. Hold on. Let me refer back to the epitaph. Or treasures. Could treasures be interchangeable with blessings, maybe? This is driving me insane. So this is like important, I would say. I'm pretty sure that him saying this is pretty important. And I have a feeling it kind of ties back into the whole reward treasures that you get from Beato upon entering the Golden Land. So maybe he's trying to create his own sort of Golden Land? Maybe? I mean, if you think about it, the Golden Land, as it's described, is kind of like heaven. And a chapel is tied to, like, heavenly things and whatnot. I don't know, religion, whatever. And, maybe he's, like, trying to, like, build his own Golden Land? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it in the wrong direction. But I'm sure that the blessings he's talking about kind of tie back to the treasure somehow. Is my understanding. I still like my idea that since witch power is based on believing in her having monuments to different faiths, like the shrine of the chapel might weaken her somehow. I mean, she kind of implied that it messes with her powers, even if it doesn't, like, outright weaken her, but yeah. Don't stop thinking. Okay. What does that mean? What would he do in a chapel? Maybe this is where he, like, did experiments on the servants. Who knows? He couldn't mean his own funeral, right? I wouldn't believe that of Kinzo-san. He was a man much more focused on the living now than matters occurring after death. Though this does seem to be the root cause of the current inheritance problem. Then what would he do in a chapel? Pray? Maybe summon creatures from heaven or hell and turn them into your servants? Aren't confessions done in a chapel too? Confessing to sins? Anyway, it sounds suspicious. I don't know the reason. But just as Dr. Nanjo said in grandfather's eyes, all this about not being blessed unless a miracle occurred was set in stone as far back as this chapel's construction. How do you know that?
あそこにはっきり記されてます。
See, it's clearly written over there.
ほら、あそこに。
Look, right there. Joji and Nikki pointed to a relief with rusted gold letters on the arch above the door. It looked like some message had been written there in English. The rust made it clear that the message had been there ever since the chapel's construction.
英語は弱いぜ。
I'm not that good with English.
何？
What is it?
This door is opened only at probability of すまねえ、英語ダメだ。
Sorry, my English sucks. That was actually super good. That was really cute. Oh, I wish I could replay it. That was super adorable. I love how he said that. That was so cute. Oh. Wasn't that how you know how whose powers work too? Which is how that other timeline incident happened? I think I know what you're referring to, but it's kind of hard to say it without spoiling anyone. I think I know what you're referring to, and I think so, yes. Maybe the chapel is connected to the orphanage too, because they're both Christian buildings. Yeah. I think so too. If he ever used this, it could have been to like summon his man-made furniture, so like beings from hell, purgatory, whatever he pulls them from. So to like, I don't know, better establish a connection to places like that, you would maybe build a place like this? Karma for making fun of us not being able to read kanji, true. Umineko lets you replay lines, even ones from multiple chapters ago. That's actually really neat. I wish Umineko worked with Ryukishi sprites. Gospel House, yeah. It all kind of ties back into Christian things, I suppose. But it never like ties back into things like hell or like demons and stuff like that. It's kind of contradictory how you have these heavenly places like the Fukuin house, the Gospel house, and you have the chapel, which are very godly, I don't know, whatever things. And then you have Kinzo doing his black magic stuff, which is kind of contradictory, which is... I don't know. The weapons they had were also different colors. Like the goats had, what was it? Was it blue or was it red? Either way, they had blue and red individually, and maybe that also like makes a difference. Maybe they like draw their minions from like different places. Oh, Solo, not them bow. Hope you're doing good today. Welcome in. Many battle lines I replayed. I wish I could do it. I sometimes did that in Higurashi. Burple. The Burple blade. Oh, was it Burple? Feels like for a lot of Japanese works, Christianity is mostly for the aesthetics, but somehow feels like there's a deeper connection. I mean, here for sure. I've never seen a Minions movie. I don't know anything about them. I gave up after failing to finish even the first of the 2 lines. It looked like the others could read it properly. It's kind of funny how he's criticizing his own English even though it was super understandable and actually quite good.
確かこれは MBTQ だから。
I think it went MBTQ, so...
いくつのことだっけ？
Hmm?
確か
how many did that mean? I think,
とにかくこれはすごいよ。
Anyway, this is incredible.
両手の指じゃとても足りない。
Adding up all the fingers on both hands doesn't even get you
確
close.
かに奇跡でも起こらないとダメだね。
It really would be impossible unless a miracle occurred. Can you, like, elaborate, Joji?
ですな。
Certainly.
何事も博打的に例えたかった昔の金蔵さんらしい言い方です。
Certainly, it's quite reminiscent of the old Kinzo-san who loved using gambling as a metaphor whenever he got the chance.
なんだなんだ、みんな読めたのかよ。
Hey, come on, can everyone read it?
誰か俺にも意味を教えてくれ。
Someone tell me what it means too. Even Maria can read English. You fool!
英語くらい勉強しなよ。
You've got to at least learn English.
この程度読めないでよく高校に入れたね。
How did you get into high school without even being able to read this much? Youch. Man, Rosa.
余計なお世話だぜ。
No, wait, was it Batara this time? How could you?
それで、なんて書いてあるんだ。
Mind your own business. So, what's written there? You're so mean!
ざっとこんなところだよ。
Maria can read Hebrew. Yeah. You're right, actually. Why am I surprised that she can read English? He bonked her. It's funny when Batara does it. Is it? I don't know. Is it? I don't think it's funny, actually. I say while I laugh. I'm laughing off the pain. Simply put, it means something like
この
this.
扉は奇跡が起きない限り開かれない。
Unless a miracle occurs, this door will never be
あ
opened.
なたは奇跡が起きない限り祝福されない。
Unless a miracle occurs, you will never be blessed.
おじいさまの魔術は天文学的低確率を基礎とする。
Grandfather's magic is based on astronomically low
つ
probabilities.
まり、この扉が開かれる奇跡は、おそらくものすごい膨大な魔力を必要とするに違いないよ。
In other words, a miracle for opening this door would probably require an incredibly vast amount of magical power.
よーし、ご苦労。もう黙っていいぞ。
Nice job. You can shut up
ロ
now.
ーザおばさん、マリアを英会話教室に通わせてたんすか？
Rosa-san, did you have Maria take English classes?
やっぱ、英語は幼いうちからやんないとダメなんだな。
Looks like it's useless to try and learn English unless you start when you're young after all. I mean, that's not necessarily true. I have a coworker who's like in his 50s and he's just starting to learn English. It's never too late. Sound effects would go harder when it's Rosa. I mean, she did hit her over the head earlier and it was just like a little bonk too, so... Who the heck taught her Hebrew? She learned it herself, I'm assuming. Went to the library and picked up a good old book. I hope he's just poking her hard or something. I think he's just like hitting her over the head, actually. I'd like to take a moment to appreciate that Rosa beats her child for saying ooh, but Maria speaks at least 3 different languages. Fuck Rosa, true. Astronomically low probabilities remind me of the witches' chat about their powers relating to things occurring based on probability or despite them. I don't really remember that too much. I am curious about what Joji said, the MBTQ. I don't really know what he is talking about, and also like, is he like doing math to like figure this out? I don't know. I don't really understand it. Yeah, never too late to educate. Sealed chapel, huh?
魔女ベアトリーチェは本当に魔女だったかはともかく何十年も前に実在した女性で
Setting aside whether she was a witch or not, it's rumored that Beatrice actually existed several decades ago
おじい様の愛人だったとささやかれる人だ
and was grandfather's mistress.
これはその私の勝手な想像ですが、
This is, just my imagination.
親方様はベアトリーチェ様をきっと深く愛しておいでだったのでしょう。
But perhaps the master truly did love Beatrice-sama.
しかし、すでにご結婚されていて、結ばれることはできなかった。
However, he was already married, so they couldn't be united.
なるほどな。
I see.
死んだベアトリーチェが奇跡の魔法で蘇れたなら、ばあ様が死んでる今、 大手を振って結婚できるわけだ。
If Beatrice was dead and could be revived with magic of a miracle, then now that grandmother's dead, he could marry her openly.
で、この礼拝堂で結ばれようと。
That's kind of messed up.
メルヘンチックな話だというわけなのか?
And if they married in this chapel, you might end up with a pretty fairy tale-like story, right? So, we always like keep talking about how Kinzo was in love with Beato, and like this is also assuming that Beato even wants to marry this guy. Like, yeah, you can revive her, and yeah, you could get married to her, but is that what she wants? Assuming they're actually right about Kinzo being in love with her. I mean, it's implied that he is, but also like, who gets to say that she would just marry him? I think the chat was that Lambda Delta's power was about reducing the chance of success to practically zero, but Frederica's power was that so long as there was any chance, no matter how small, it will succeed. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, their powers were kind of opposing. I think I do remember them saying something like that. You're right. Yeah. I wonder if in the end the witches will like start kind of playing against each other. If Bernkastel will, I don't know, do something to increase the probabilities of a miracle happening, or I don't know, she can't really increase them, but she can basically make it so that the probability is never zero, I suppose.
そう高等無形な話とも思えないわね。
I don't think that story is so
お
preposterous.
父様が今なおベアトリーチェを深く愛しているのは周知の事実。
It's a well-known fact that father still loves Beatrice
あ
deeply.
と気味が悪いとは言ったけれども、
Also, even though I said I found it
礼
creepy,
拝堂の内装はとても華やかだった気がするの。
I seem to remember that the interior of the chapel was quite
お
magnificent.
父様が死んだ愛人との結婚式を夢見てこの礼拝堂を建てたという想像は案外外れていないかもしれない。
The thought that father built the chapel in the hopes of having a wedding with his dead mistress might not be that unlikely. Again, assuming that she even likes him back. But, I mean, all of this could be so that he can actually, you know, what if this is actually important? They keep talking about his love for her and whatnot. What if that is actually his goal, to like revive her and then actually get to marry her? I don't know. I can't see Kinzo actually loving someone with his type of rotten personality, but it would be fitting into the game's narrative of like patriarchy and stuff like that, basically making her succumb and making her his wife. I mean, he has already trapped her on Rokenjima. I wouldn't put it past him to do something that fucked up. Without love, it cannot be seen. I don't know. I still don't know what... I don't know what it is referring to. I still can't place it. Since Frederica's power is about astronomically low probabilities becoming guarantees, and she said she'd help us somehow, it'll come into play. I assume so. But... is making the miracle happen a good thing for the rest of the cast? I don't know. Do you love chat? Does anyone feel any love? Do you think Kinzo is the kind of guy to respect consent and mutual love anyway? I mean, no, for sure. He would not respect it. No, absolutely not. But... I mean, what if they were like betting on something? What if Kinzo was like, oh, if I can make this miracle occur, you'll have to marry me or whatever. And then he tries to make the miracle happen, no matter how many attempts it takes, you know? How many games it takes to make the miracle happen, which is kind of what they're doing. They're kind of looping this whole thing to make it happen, no? But like, I can't see Beato being like, yeah, actually, I can't see her taking that bet. I feel like she'd be cocky enough to be like, yeah, okay, let's bet on that. Let's bet on my autonomy as a woman. Oh, this is a lot to think about. I feel like I'm talking more about what I'm thinking and like my theories and like trying to dissect the dialogue than I'm actually reading the visual novel. I'm sorry. But also, it's kind of fun. But I also feel bad for not making as much progress. I'm trying to wrap my head around it and it's kind of hard. Anyway, here's an ad break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Hello, Rice. Thank you for the 80 streak. Hope you're doing good. When is the next Rice stream? Also, thank you for the hydrate, head pad, and the posture check. I did all of that. Well, not the head pad, but you get the idea. But yeah, I'm glad that you guys seem to enjoy the rambling. I know that it can be frustrating to hear me go blah, 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 blah when there's like stuff supposed to be happening in the game, but we'll get to that. I'm just testing your patience before you start throwing tomatoes at your screen, okay? There's a World Cup bet like this making the rounds here. The woman bet to win his motorcycle though, and she won. The guy's refusing to honor his side. Loser! Hello, Toria. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. And thank you. Welcome back to you too. That's the whole fun. I agree. I actually do have a lot of fun. And I'm glad that you feel the same way. You don't pat your own head. I can. I'm doing it now. Thank you. I like the yapping. That's good. We could all just read it ourselves. Keep talking about anything you're thinking. Okay. I'll try to get that ingrained in my brain and not feel too bad about talking too much. Okay, we did read that.
この礼拝堂を建てたその当時から、おじい様はこの教会を使うことは生涯ないことを知っていたのだろうね。
By the time he built this chapel, grandfather probably knew that he would never use it as a church as long as he lived.
でも何かの奇跡で魔女が蘇ることを祈った。
But he prayed for the witch to be revived by some miracle. Is that the miracle that he's betting on? So he's betting on the miracle of him being alive when Beato gets revived. And I'm gonna assume that there's been a lot of games that they've gone through, not just the first one that we've witnessed, unless that was the first one. I don't even know, but maybe that's what he's betting on, to be alive while Beato is revived. Something like that, so that he can, I don't know, not just trap her here, but do worse things to her.
そしてもしもその奇跡が起こったならここで結ばれようと思った。
And he thought that if that miracle occurred, they could be married here.
なるほど。
I'm actively betting against him.
そう考えると、確かにここはベアトリーチェ様にとっても大変意味のある場所ということになりますね。
I see. If you think of it that way, this would be a place of utmost significance to Beatrice-sama as well. I mean, I don't know about that one.
決して開かれぬ礼拝堂と知りつつ、
Even though he knew the chapel would never be
悲
opened.
しい恋の話です。
It's a story of tragic love. Even though Goda-san was even bigger than me, his words were touching. What does that have to do with his size? Wait, what? Sure. Everyone was silent, but it seemed that they agreed with that view.
開かぬ礼拝堂と知りながら、
Even though he knew it was a chapel never to be opened,
それでもなお奇跡の日を夢見ていたのでしょうな。
he still probably dreamed of the day that a miracle would occur.
金蔵さんは若い日にはとてもロマンチストな方だった。
Kinzo-san was quite the romantic in his younger
わ
days.
かる気がします。
I think I understand how he felt.
どうだろうな。
I
で
wonder.
も年に4回みんなで入って掃除してたんだろ。
Then again, everyone went in it 4 times a year to clean, right?
何が開かずだ。
So much for it being the sealed chapel.
俺たちだって現にこうして出入りしてる。
Didn't we just go in ourselves?
それは奇跡なんかじゃね
That wasn't a miracle or
え。
anything.
鍵を持ってきて、カチャリとやって入った。
We brought the key. Click and we're in.
ただそれだけの話だぜ。
That's
バカ
all.
バカしい。
This is ridiculous. Also, like, why would you go in there 4 times a year to clean it? There's not that much dirt accumulating in a year when the door is completely sealed and the windows are too. I mean, I guess there's still stuff to clean, but 4 times a year is quite a lot. Once every quarter. Some of us have read it, so seeing someone else experience Umineko is fun as hell. That's good. That's what I'm aiming for. Also, I just want to read this. Big people can't have feelings, says Batara. True. I'm sorry, but the goat that we saw, not able to have any feelings. Too big. Basketballers signed a devil's contract, all their emotions to dunk. A fair trade. They're heartless. I can't believe it. 4 times a year is a lot of cleaning. I'm saying that it's a lot of cleaning for a room or like a place that is completely closed off. You know, dust accumulates very fast due to like your skin coming off, like old skin cells and stuff like that, and like hair and dirt and grime build up. So if no one ever enters the chapel, there is not that much dust and everything accumulating. Yes, it'll still go through like little slits in the windows or like through the door, like under the door and stuff, but not as much as to require 4 times a year. Huh? What? Then what does that mean?
どういうことって。
What are you talking about? As far as I could tell, I'd just been joking around, finding myself a bit irritated by the sob story this was turning into. But then Aunt Rosa suddenly jumped on me with a really serious face. Aunt Rosa's face grew increasingly pale. She looked at the magic circle on the door and then at her hand, back and forth, back and forth.
どうなさいましたか、ローザ様。
What is the matter, Rosa-sama?
ねえゴーダさん、
Hey, Gora-san.
この礼拝堂の鍵、
The key to the chapel.
これ源氏さん言ってなかった。
Didn't Genji-san say it?
1本しかないって。
He said there was only one. Huh? Well, yeah, how did she enter the chapel? Well, how did they all enter the chapel beforehand when Maria... Oh yeah, the whole closed room thing too, but also... They all entered last night! No, am I crazy? Why is she not mentioning that? Was she, like, not aware that she was there? Hello? She's keeping information from them. Spooky has never been in the attic. Unfortunately, I've never had the luxury of owning a house, so I've never had one. I have to clean the VIP room that no one ever uses too. I mean, I guess that's fair. Same thing. I'm making my sealed church airtight so I don't have to clean it. Smart things.
みんな気づくのが遅すぎるんだよ。
It took you all way too long to figure it out. When a kid pulls a prank, it sometimes goes unnoticed by the adults, and the kid who did it gets all disappointed. If such a prank gets sprung on someone much later, it can really make a kid's day. Maria's celebration just now looked a lot like that. Every time Maria says something, I have a feeling that Rosa's gonna beat her up, and it scares me. Every line that she says is scary. Yes, that's right.
その鍵は1本しかございません。
There's only one of those keys.
親方様の大切な礼拝堂の鍵ですので、1本しかなく、複製もありません。
It's the key to the master's treasured chapel, so there's only one, with no
普
duplicates.
段から使用人室のキーボックスに大切に保管されていますが、
It is normally kept safe in the key box in the servant room, but
そうよ。
that's right.
そしてそれがなくなってたと源氏さんは言ったわね。
And Genji-san said it had gone missing.
何者かがそれを奪い、封筒に入れてマリアに手渡したのよ。
So someone stole it, put it in an envelope, and handed it to Maria?
それも昨日。
And they did it yesterday. Why is she saying it like she doesn't know who gave it to her?
なんだって
What the?
ってことはつまり
So, in other words,
おかしいじゃねえかよ
isn't that strange?
そんなバカな。
That's absurd.
これは妙な話になってくる。
This is getting bizarre.
どういうことでしょうか。
What do you mean?
私には何が何だかさっぱり。
I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
私にもです。
Me neither.
どなたか説明してはいただけませんかな。
Would you explain it for us? Godan Nanjo's failure to understand definitely wasn't because they were stupid. They didn't know. They didn't know how long the only key to the chapel had been in Maria's possession.
間違いない。
There's no mistake.
閉まってた。
It was locked up.
私が開けたのよ。
I unlocked it.
間違いなく。
There's no doubt. Aunt Rosa kept closing the door, locking it, pulling on it to check the lock, and opening it again. Her face was becoming pale again.
私がマリアの封筒から鍵を取り出してここを開けるまで。
Until I took the key out of Maria's envelope and opened the
確か
store.
にこの扉は施錠されていた。
It was definitely locked.
この鍵は封筒に入れられてマリアに預けられていたのよ。
But this key was in an envelope placed in Maria's
し
care.
かもそれは昨日のお昼前の話なのよ。
And that happened yesterday before noon.
何ですと。
What did you say? Well, well, well. We have to cut the key before putting it in the envelope. It takes like 1 minute. Easy solve for this locked room. You think?
それではおかしいではありませんか。
But that doesn't make any sense.
そうなんだ
You're right.
唯一の鍵は昨日の昼にマリアが魔女を名乗る女から受け取った
Maria received a one-of-a-kind key from a woman calling herself a witch midday
つまり
yesterday.
昨日の昼から今朝方ローザおばさんが開場するまでこの礼拝堂は密室だったことになる
In other words, from midday yesterday until this morning, when Rosa-san unlocked the door, the chapel was a closed room.
どうやって親父たち6人はこの中に入ってしかも殺されたんだよ
How did they get those 6 people in here, and then how did they kill them? I actually saw like someone promoting their visual novel that they wrote, and a lot of the promotional pictures had screens like this, and I'm like, oh, I can see what visual novel you took inspiration from. And it's kind of funny because the sprites also looked very close to Rikishi's style, and I think that's kind of cute. I don't even blame them because this is very cool, and you can clearly see the inspiration, and that's not even bad. And I think it's kind of neat that you can recognize someone's inspiration behind a VN just based off of the art that they decided to include and stuff. Kind of neat. Lockpicking does ruin all the fun of murder mysteries, to be honest. Yeah, it should be a room that only... I don't know. I'm trying to think of a better way to make a closed room murder work. Maybe just a room with no windows, no doors? But then how would you know someone died? I don't know. Maybe just like a glass panel on top that you can look into. You can just look into the room. That could be a good closed room murder. Yeah. Rosa was the only survivor of the meeting and nobody cares to mention. They don't even know that a meeting took place, which is kind of driving me insane. This key has an impossible L-shaped pin layout. I don't know if you could even lockpick without tools. I don't know anything about lockpicking. You might be right. Also, hello, Kuro. Welcome in. Let me see. What's happening here? 6 people. Person has a key. Yeah. The death of 6 people had shaken us badly. When we learned about that weird magic circle and the history of the chapel, we felt as though we'd figured at least part of this puzzle out. But that was all about absolutely trivial. From midday yesterday until this morning, this chapel was a closed room. But our parents were with us until last night. How did the culprit get into this building? And how did they lock it up again? What are you trying to pull? Again? closed room again.
魔法の力で鍵を開けたんだとそう言いてえのか
Are you trying to say you unlocked it with the power of magic?
バカにするんじゃね
Don't take me for a fool.
わらわの力で鍵を開けるところを見せろ
Let's
と
go.
言うなら
Show
見せ
it.
てもよい
If you're demanding that I show you how to open locks with my power, I wouldn't
し
mind.
かしそれではそなたを屈服させたことにはならぬ
But that wouldn't be the same as me forcing you to surrender.
そなたが言う人間での説明
You keep trying to explain it all with
これを
humans.
突き果てさせた時こそがわらわの勝利の時なのだ
Only when I've cornered all your theories completely will I have my
さ
victory.
あさあどう崩してみせる
Come now, how will you undermine my defenses?
人間ならどういうトリックで崩してみせるというのか、
What trick could a human have used to defeat them?
前回の密室と同じだ
It's just like the closed rooms last time.
情報不足
Not enough
こ
information.
んなのじゃ推理不能だ
It's impossible to reason like this.
何の言い訳でもできるぜどんな手品だって通じる
Any excuse could be made, any trick could work. Well, my initial thought was that, well, the key could have been handed to Maria, or something that resembles that key could have been put in there to like resemble the feel of the envelope. And then the person could have gone into the cousin's room, taken out, or not, actually, well, they could have killed the people in the chapel, taken the key with them and switched out whatever was in the envelope originally with the key. You know, something like that. It would take the luck of not being found out by going into the room, you know? But, I mean, Rosa almost did it. Only Batara woke up a little bit and saw her. So someone else could have done it if they were a little bit more careful. It's a devil's proof that there isn't a second key. True, that also very true. Sealed envelope too? Or you could have just replaced the whole envelope, you know? You could have just taken a whole new envelope. Since the envelope wasn't opened, you know? There could have been 2 envelopes.
推理なんてしようがね
There's no way to reason it out. I mean, he's not wrong. Unfortunately, we're already aware that magic in some form does already exist. I mean, she can just summon people out of thin air, basically. We saw it with our own eyes, and the characters saw it with their own eyes too. I don't know. This is kind of tough. I find it funny that Batara's still trying to deny magic, even though we as a reader have already like established magic does exist in some form. But did she use it to kill these people? I don't know. Maybe. Probably. Assuming she did the same thing she did with Jeshka and Kanon.
情報が足りないから様子見
Batara's the only one who doesn't believe. I've already been convinced, so I'm trying to like see it from Batara's side, really. Huh. Then again, there's not enough information, so you'll wait and see.
不確定情報があるから推理不能
Your information is uncertain, so it's impossible to use your reasoning.
そなたら人間の思考停止の言い訳はいつもそれよ
This is always the excuse you humans use to let yourself stop
人
thinking.
間風情が何を気取るか
Who do you think you are, lowly human?
ラプラスの悪魔の座に及ばねば思考を巡らせること一つできないというのかこの無能が
Are you saying you can't even think unless you're like... She said Laplace? Laplace's demon? You incompetent
そ
fool?
れに貴様は情報不足がまるで自分の不利になるように言っているが真実は全く逆だぞ
Besides, you make it seem like a lack of information works against you, but it's the other way around, you see. I don't know who Laplace is. Is that like an actual figure, or is it like an Umineko special? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Battle summoning goats and keys and questionably dressed girls left and right. It happens. You think the Batara in the witch space could see Kanon's fight with the goat? I was gonna say I'm pretty sure he did, but actually I'm not sure. It seems he only like appears when Batara is also on screen, so maybe he isn't aware. But I think he did. I think you said Laplace correctly. Okay. Laplace's demon? Hello, Sir Random Lemon. Welcome in. I pressed the wrong button. Hello. It's one of the characters in Goddess of Victory Nika. Okay, so it's like an actual figure in some kind of mythology? I don't know. The idea is it's a demon with perfect information who can predict everything that will happen and know everything that has happened. Okay. So that makes sense. It's a real thing. Okay. Thought experiment by Pierre Simon Laplace. The extreme endpoint of mechanical determinism. That's a difficult word. That's a difficult... Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, the first thing you said actually made more sense to me. Thank you.
そなたに与えられる情報が増えれば増えるほどに、そなたは苦しむことになる。
The more information you're given, the more it will make you suffer.
己を締め付ける圧搾機の力を強めていく結果になるだけよ。
It'll only increase the strength of the compressor that's squeezing you.
おー、そうなら言わせてもらうぜ。
Oh, in that case, let me say
これ
this.
がそもそも密室かどうか検証不能だ。
It's impossible to verify that this is a closed room in the first place.
悪魔の話が出てきたんで俺も言わせてもらうぜ。
If we're already talking about demons, I can play that game too.
密室でないことの説明はできる。
It'd be possible to prove that this isn't a closed
こ
room.
うやら出入りできるというのを示しゃいいんだからな。
Just show how someone could have gone in or out and you're done.
だが密室であることの証明は不能だ。
But it's impossible to prove that this is a closed room. Doesn't the opposite... I mean, no, it doesn't work. He's using the devil's proof against Thor.
無限の方法のすべてを否定はできない。
Let him cook. You could never deny the endless set of possible methods for getting in.
つまり悪魔の証明ってやつだぜ。
In other words, this is one of those devil's proofs.
密室という定義は実は証明不能なのさ。
This concept of a closed room is actually something that can never be proved. I mean, I guess so. He's not wrong. If you know the state of every particle, you can exactly view the past and future. That's an interesting theory.
情報不足を言い訳にした思考停止の次はそうきたか。
So first you stopped thinking with a lack of information as an excuse, and now this.
まあよい。
Very well.
それがそなたの指し手だというなら認めようぞ。
If that is your move, then I will accept it.
続けるがよい。
Continue. I mean, she can't really say anything against it, you know? If he chooses to just not think about it at all, it's like, okay, how are you gonna convince someone to I don't know, start thinking about it? He's just refusing to think about it. He's just refusing everything about her, about everything she's saying. He just doesn't want to believe it. It's like, he's like a little kid, you know? He's like, no, I don't believe you. I don't see it. I don't hear it. I don't think about it. None of what you say is true because I say so.
なぜお前は礼拝堂が密室だと言いたいらしい。
First off, it looks like you're trying to claim that the chapel's a closed
実
room.
際俺もさっき中をぐるっと見させてもらったが、確かに扉以外から出入りする方法は見つけられなかった。
Just a short while ago, I spent some time looking around in there and I couldn't find any way in or out except for the door.
だがそれは俺が見つけられなかったというだけで
But that
密
just
室
means
の
I
証
couldn't
明には
find
なら
one.
ないわけだ。
It doesn't prove it was a closed room.
俺には見つけられなかった隠し扉なんかがあったら全ての前提は吹っ飛ぶぜ。
If there's a hidden door or something that I wasn't able to find, your premise would be blown away completely.
つまり俺が隠し扉を見つけられようと見つけられまいと密室を出入りできる方法 X を常に否定できないわけさ。
In other words, whether I managed to find a hidden door or not, you'll never be able to deny that there existed some method X that led you into the closed door, room, not door. I mean, at this moment, he has a good point. I mean, yeah, he is thinking. I mean, it's not like he isn't thinking about it. He's thinking about the devil's proof thing, right?
そしてその方法 X 魔法でなくても実行可能さ。
And this method X would be something that could be carried out without magic.
何しろ隠し扉なんだからよ。
After all, it's a hidden door.
この礼拝堂だってそうさ。発見不能な隠し扉がどうせあるんだ。
I'm sure that in this chapel, there's some hidden door that's impossible to find.
だから推理なんてする必要もなく、魔法なんかありえないってわけさ。
That's why there's no reason for me to reason it out, and magic is still impossible.
ほうほう、そういう論法か。
So is he's saying this method X would be something that could be carried out with magic. And then he's like, magic is still impossible, but didn't he also say that magic couldn't be disproved because he can't prove that magic doesn't exist? I'm trying to like understand. Oh, without, yeah, I'm sorry. The way that it's like, I'm sorry. It's so split that I read it wrong. Yeah, okay. But it's kind of funny because the actual Batara in episode 2, not the one in this like metaverse, whatever, is actually like, oh, you can't prove that magic doesn't exist. Or like witches don't exist. He said something along those lines. But the Batara in this weird sphere is like, magic is still impossible for some reason. You don't need magic, you just need a bunch of hidden doors that nobody could find, I guess. I suppose? It doesn't have to be magic, but it could be magic. So you'll use that logic. How naive.
想定していた一手だぞ。
Unexpected move.
ならばわらわも受け手を誘う。
Let me make my move in response.
わらわは人間風情の推理小説とやらに出てくる密室というものを常々バカバカしいと思っている。
These closed rooms used in detective novels made by mere humans always seemed utterly ridiculous to me.
なぜか。
Why?
使い方が間違っているからよ。
Because they're used the wrong way.
推理小説に登場する密室をお前は本当に密室だと思っているのか？
When a closed room appears in a detective novel, do you really think it's a closed room?
思ってなどいまい。
You don't, do you?
どういうトリックを使えば密室に見せかけられるか。
What trick did they use to make this look like a closed room?
そう思っている。
That's what you think.
つまり人間どもが積み重ねた100年の密室殺人などただの一度も完成されたことはないのだ。
In other words, there hasn't been a completed closed room in any of closed rooms murders that humans have built over the last century.
言うじゃねえかよ。推理マニアは怖えぞ。
Ooh, better not say that unless you want to face the wrath of mystery fans.
クリスティが墓の下で歯ぎしりしてるぜ。
Christie's probably grinding her teeth in her grave. That felt like a comment straight from Ryukishi himself. Yeah, he's speaking to the audience. That's really funny. I wonder who on the island had detective novels for Beato to read. I'm sure she just conjured them into existence and was able to read them.
だがわらわは違う。
But I am different.
わらわは本当の密室を生み出している。
I have given birth to a true closed room.
そしてそれを立証できるのだ。
And I can demonstrate it.
なぜか。
Why?
わらわは魔女だからよ。
Because I am a witch.
悪魔の証明は悪魔を連れてくれば証明できるのだったな。
For the devil's proof, you only had to bring someone a demon to prove that they exist, correct?
ならば好都合。魔女にとって悪魔は良き友よ。いくらでも連れてきてやる。
Well, I conveniently happen to be a witch, meaning that demons are my good friends, and I can bring you as many of them as you like.
上等だぜ。
Sounds great.
親父たちは隠し扉を使って礼拝堂に入った。あるいは運び込まれた。
Dad and the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it.
この一手をお前はどうかわしてみせるってんだよ。
How do you plan to beat that move?
こうだ。
With this,
生死は捨ておく。
regardless of whether they were alive or dead.
6人は確かに扉から入った。
The 6 definitely entered through the door.
はあバカ野郎
Huh? Dumbass!
鍵がかかってんだぞ。どうやって
The door was locked, so how'd they do it?
わらわが魔法で開けて中へいざなった。
I opened it with magic and invited them inside.
そんなわけねえだろ。
That can't be true.
魔法なんて認められねえ以上そいつを受け入れるわけにはいかね
Since I can't accept magic, there's no way I'll accept
え。
that.
お前は嘘をついている。
You're lying.
あの扉は何かのインチキで開くんだ。
That door can be opened with some trick.
あるいは隠し扉があるんだ。そのどちらかしか認めね
Or maybe there's a hidden door, but I won't accept any other way.
パーペチュアル。
What? What is she doing now? Yukishi looking directly at us. He likes to. I mean, this whole thing is basically a fourth wall break, kind of. So it makes sense for there to be the whole Ryukishi talking to us. Perpetual check.
チェスでは千日手をこう呼ぶ。
That's what we call an endless repetition of moves in chess.
互いが相手の根拠を否定し合い、議論が進まないのも、わらわたちのゲームでは千日手に同じ。
It's the same endless repetition as a discussion that won't advance because both sides deny the basis of each other's claims, like our game.
多くのゲームではこれを引き分けに定めるが、これでは今日をそがれること、甚だしい。
In most games, this would be resolved as a draw, but that would put a terrible damper on our
わ
fun.
らわたちに引き分けはない。
We will have no draws.
いわく、そなたがわらわを認め、屈服するか否か。
You will either accept me and submit to me, or you will deny me.
え。それについてだけは同感だぜ。
At least I agree with you
お
there.
前のお望み通り決着はきっちりつける。
Let's settle this without fail, just as you wish.
その心意気や容姿。
I like that attitude.
そこでわらわは考えた。
So, I had a thought.
わらわとそなたのゲームに新しいルールを追加しようと思う。
I think I'll add a new rule to this game between the two of us.
新しいルール
A new rule?
どうせお前が有利になるルールなんだろ
I'll bet it's something that'll give you an advantage, right?
まさかまさか。
Of course not.
そなたらが求めてやまなかったものを与えようというのだ。
I'll give you the thing people like you always
貴
demand.
様ら無能どもがいつも嘆いてみせる思考停止の理由、情報不足。
The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is a lack of information.
そしてそれに対し情報を与えると、今度はその情報の真偽を疑う根拠否定。
And if you're then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by rejecting the source.
便利よのう。
Isn't that
無
convenient?
能を棚上げする実に小気味よい言葉よ。
What clever little words to hide your own
こ
incompetence.
の便利な言い訳をわらわは取り去ってやろうというのだ。
I'm offering to eliminate that convenient excuse of yours.
感謝するがよい。
You should thank me.
扉から入ったというお前に対し俺はそんなはずはないと否定した。
You said they entered through the door, and I said that couldn't
そ
happen.
の否定が逃げ口上だと言いたいのか。
Are you calling that an evasive answer?
そうだ。だ
Exactly.
からわらわはこれより
So from now on,
真実を語るとき赤を使うことにする。
when I speak the truth, I will use red. I actually have seen this exact screenshot before. I will say, but I didn't know what the hell it was referring to, and I when she was like, "Oh, I'll give you something to make sure," blah blah blah, whatever she just said, I was like, "Oh, she's gonna talk about the whole I will use red thing." The only reason why I know of this is because someone said that there is a red text that is mistranslated in this translation of the game, and I'm afraid that it'll confuse me, but we'll just see. I don't even remember what the context was, like what episode the wrongly translated red text appears, but it made me a little bit scared. So that's the reason why I know that she at some point says this, which I'm happy she says it so early on, because I was like, I wonder if like the bold text is also like somehow relevant to the quote-unquote truth, but I will just assume that only the red text will matter to me in terms of like the truth or whatever. I love that it's red even in the manga. That's pretty cool. I wish I could get it physically. This is where Umineko really starts, in my opinion. Okay. So, okay, I guess I should really pay attention to the red text then. It's declared in red. So, this is already the truth? She's not lying to us on this one? The one thing I've been missing so much in Higu after Umi... yeah, I guess they don't... I mean, there's no real fourth wall breaking in Higurashi. Not really, so... It would be kind of weird if people started using a red text in Higurashi. If I'm around, I can listen to the audio and I'll tell you when the text is off. Okay, that's good. Because, like, I was really afraid of it. When I read that something like red text exists, I was like, oh, okay, so I should be aware of there being a mistranslation somewhere, but I didn't know when the whole red text thing would ever start, so I don't even remember when the mistranslation happens. When I was playing this game, I had a Google Doc with all of the red text in it. Interesting. I'm assuming that you opened it after the question arc? And not from the very beginning of the game? Or did you have it open until, like, when you learned about red text? If I go back to my message about the Spooky Neko archive, I used red text. Oh, okay. I wrote it all down. Oh, okay. That's actually very smart. I think I will do that. I think I'll write down red text stuff, so I guess I should... you know, I'm not gonna write it down right now because I don't have anything to write down with. Now that I look around me, I'll take a screenshot of this. And I'll put it in my private Discord server. I'll even make a separate text channel, which I never do. I always just dump it in one. I'm gonna call this Umineko. And I'm gonna dump it in there. When I speak the truth, I will use red. This will surely not confuse me. I think it's in chapter 3. Okay. There's also pages on the wiki with all the red text listed, but watch out. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea for me to go on there. Definitely not stuck on writing down the red text. Yeah, I think this will be very important for me to do at the very least. Yeah. Okay. So, from now on, when I speak the truth, I will use red. I think this is pretty much the only thing I spoiled myself on, really, because I looked for it when people were talking about like the differences in the translation. So this is the only thing that I know, I'm pretty sure. And if there was anything else I spoiled myself on, I have already forgotten literally everything about it. What is this? Keep explaining. No matter what magical move I use, you can always keep running away by chanting lack of information and by rejecting the source. Even though I would still win in the end that way, it would be extremely
そ
boring.
のためわらわはそなたが望む情報と根拠を与えてやろうと思う。
Because of that, I'd be happy to give you the information and sources you so desire.
しかしそなたはわらわの言葉一つ一つを疑ってかかるだろう。
However, you'll probably doubt it, each word I
それ
say.
自体は悪いことではない。
That isn't bad in itself.
わらわもそなたを屈服させるためにあらゆる手を指す。
I also will use every possible move to make you submit. Honestly, I'm kind of happy that she's introducing this because I was kind of getting frustrated with Batara being like, no, I don't believe in magic. Like, his logic wasn't wrong, but at the same time, I was kind of frustrated that whatever she says, she just won't believe whatever she says. He just denies everything that she says with the reasoning of not having enough information or not trusting her because he doesn't believe in magic and whatnot. So it was kind of actually starting to annoy me. So I'm glad that this is introduced because it's breaking that loop. No big deal really, if knowing it exists is the sum total of it. Yeah, I didn't think it was too bad. I just knew that there was some point in the game where Beato talks to someone about there being red text, and this is it. So this is pretty early in the game too. Also, yeah, he was quite literally reading the text, right? He was like, what is this? Like, he can see the text, which is kind of interesting. God forbid a guy wants to win. How can Beato make a rule that eliminates Batara's major defense of ignorance and say it's not giving her an edge? Because she can't really... I mean, she can still lie, but he will know when it's a lie, because when she's not lying, it'll be red. So it's not giving her an edge. It's just kind of taking both of them out of that loop. I mean, I'm sure it still gives her somewhat of an edge, but, you know, he also gets something out of it. One of my favorite aspects of Umineko because it really encourages the reader to also think about the mysteries. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to do that this whole time, but I do like this introduction too. This whole thing also feels directed to the audience. I mean, yeah, they're quite literally like, you know, in front of whatever this like detailing is, which is like in the actual game. This is like a whole fourth wall break in and of itself. They're talking to each other outside of what is happening in the episode. It's kind of interesting. He just throws red text around her. That's kind of cute. The anime red text was literally floating in front of them as they spoke it. That's cute. I do want to watch the anime, even though people say it's bad. People also say the Higurashi anime is bad, and I don't actually hate it. I actually quite like it, so whatever. Something can be not good or somewhat bad, but you can still enjoy it, you know? Haha. Okay, I'm gonna stop yapping. Did I read this? However, you'll probably doubt each word I say. That isn't bad in itself. I will use every possible move to make you submit.
互いに最前提を探り合うその姿勢は嫌いではない。
I don't dislike our posture of searching out our best moves for our own goals.
しかし、それではゲームにもならん。
But that won't make a game.
だからこのルールを設けた。
So, I set up this rule.
わらわが赤で語ることはすべて真実。
Everything I speak in red is the truth. I feel like the way she words it is probably also important, but for now I'll not think about it too much and just take a screenshot because it is red text. Everything I speak in red is the truth. So if she, at any point in time, writes something in red, it's not the truth?
疑う必要が何もない。
There's absolutely no need to doubt it.
それを信じろというのか。
Are you telling me to believe that?
わらわはそなたとゲームをしている。
This is a game between you and me.
ゲームのルールは神聖。
In a game, the rules are sacred.
それを軽んじる者に参加の資格はない。
Those who take that lightly are not qualified to play.
よーし乗ったぜ。受けてやるぞそのルール。
Okay, I get you. I'll accept that rule.
水かけ論や揚げ足取りなんて小学生でもできるぜ。
Even an elementary school kid can get into an endless argument and find fault with everything.
なら早速再開しようじゃねえか。さっきの続きだぜ。
Then, let's start it up again, continuing where we left off.
もう一度繰り返す。
I'll say it one more time.
親父たちは隠し扉を使って礼拝堂に入った。あるいは運び込まれた。
Dad and the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it.
ならばわらわも繰り返そうぞ。
Then I shall repeat what I said,
生死は捨ておく。
regardless of whether they were alive or dead.
6人は確かに扉から入った。
The six definitely entered through the door. Okay, I'll take another screenshot then. I already assumed that what she said earlier was gonna be marked in red based on her bringing it up right now and being frustrated with Batara, so... People call it bad when compared to the VN, but if you say that all VN anime adaptations are bad, I mean, it's kind of hard to adapt a VN this long into an anime anyway, unless you do like a billion seasons like Higurashi, and even Higurashi people have found fault with, so... I don't know, I feel like you can enjoy seeing something that you like animated even if it isn't perfect. I say that, but I absolutely hate The Promised Neverland Season 2, and I think it should be, I don't know, thrown out of existence. But, you know, it depends on the franchise, maybe. It's still nice to see some things animated, like some of the characters. Umi is ass. Okay. I'll keep that in mind when I do actually get to watching it. Umineko needed a season per episode, probably. Probably. It's so convoluted. Higo anime is good. I've heard people say it's bad, but I don't actually agree. I think it's quite good, but then I also never finished it, so who knows? What are you talking about? I don't know. There really was only season 1, huh? Anyway, so if she, I mean, we know that magic exists, so isn't this only like really relevant for Patora? Magic clearly does somehow exist unless it's all like special effects and like the whole it being like a stage play or whatever really is true, and it's like not actually magic. I'm gonna try to look at this from Batora's perspective. I'm gonna assume that magic doesn't exist. So regardless of whether or not they were alive or dead, they definitely went through the door. So she opened the door with magic. How would she do that? I mean, a normal lock isn't that big of a deal. She could probably just... I don't know. There's usually something lodged into the little... Oh my god, how to explain this in English? This is why... how do I put my German thoughts into words in English? There's like a hole where something gets lodged into when you turn a key, right? So I guess she could have like moved that to the side to open the door. That's how normal locks work, right? The whole mechanism is to lodge something in there. Say it in German. Okay. Das ist so eine Aussparung, wo so ein Metallstück, oder nicht so ein Metallstück, so ein grau-schwarzer Block reingedreht wird, wenn man den Schlüssel dreht. Oder? When you turn the key, there's like this thing that gets lodged into like a little hole. And you can turn it the other way and like unlodge it. Mm-hmm. The cylinder. Der Riegel. Yes. I don't know how to explain it. And there's like a latch, but it's... I can only describe how like the locks around me work. It like moves something in and out. There's a lot of parts in the lock. I only know like the old lock that I grew up in my like with my parents' apartment. Whatever. Anyway, she unlocks the door with magic somehow, moving like a piece of mechanism in the lock. That's all that you need to know. And then she somehow moves the bodies in. If it was done with magic. But if you don't use magic, I mean, it depends on what kind of lock it is, but you can open... I mean, I'm gonna assume that it was locked, so it's not that easy to open it. But if you have an unlocked door, sometimes you can like... shove something in between the door and the door frame to like unlodge that piece that is, you know, supposed to unlodge by turning the key. I actually figured that out because I locked myself out of my apartment the other day and people were saying you can just take like a piece of plastic, like sturdy plastic, and like unlodge the thing to open the door. So I'm gonna assume that this was locked, so that's not actually possible. So there could be like a hidden entrance somewhere. But if they entered through the door... Maybe there was another key. Maybe there is another key. Maybe the whole thing with like switching out the letters is actually true. There's many possibilities. The bolt, okay. It's not like... It does not sound like your lock is very safe. It's just like a very standard lock here. I don't know. I don't know how my current lock works, but the lock at my parents' place, where I used to be, worked like that. You could literally see the thing go in and out. And if the door is unlocked, you can just basically shove it back and open the door. Hello, Fumina. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. The credit card trick. Exactly. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. Thank you. I feel less crazy. Anyway, let's hear what Batara has to say. I'm gonna stick with my theory that Maria was given a letter with something resembling a key and then it was switched out or something. The whole letter. Because it couldn't have been opened. Because Rosa would have noticed that the letter was already open. So the whole letter must have been switched out. That's my theory as of right now. Is there any proof?
Stop. I
will supplement the rule. When I speak the truth, I will use red. Why is that not marked in red? And when I do, I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by showing proof. That's not in red, funny enough, so she might still do this. I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by showing proof. So she might show proof. This isn't red, so... They will simply be facts and the truth. This is also not marked in red. My reason is simple. I carried out all the crimes with magic. I can point out everything that is not red. This is also not red. So, for any impossible crime, all I have to do is wave my magic staff and show you how it's done. But that wouldn't make a game. It would be as barbaric as ignoring victory and defeat in a chess match and punching your opponent in the face. Well, that makes sense. Since you're a witch, there's no need for you to show evidence for what happened. Since you can do anything with magic. Damn it. Talk about an unfair game. So, shall we resume once more? The 6 definitely entered through the door. And locked it with magic. But the whole I unlocked it with magic part she left out earlier and it's not red now, so isn't she basically contradicting herself here? How will you get around this magic, this closed room?
鍵だ。
The key.
源氏さんたちは鍵が一つしかないと言っているが、そんなのは証明不能だ。
Genji-san and the others said there was only one key, but that's impossible to prove.
犯人はこっそり合鍵を作っていた。
The culprit secretly made a duplicate key.
礼拝堂の鍵は一本しか存在しない。
Only one key to the chapel exists. Well, my theory with the whole switching out the letters still continues to be possibly true.
じゃあこうだ。
Then what about this?
犯人は正規の鍵以外のものを使って開けたんだ。
The culprit made something other than a legitimate key and opened it. I forgot to take a screenshot! Okay, I'm gonna screenshot this. It's not red, but I know that it's supposed to be red text.
何かわからないが、例えば針金とか。
I don't know what, but maybe a wire.
キーピックの道具だ。
A tool for picking locks.
なんだなんだその甘い察しては。
What is this naive move?
礼拝堂の施錠は礼拝堂の鍵以外では解錠不可能。
It is impossible to unlock the lock to the chapel with anything but the chapel's key. Well, I'm still in the running, guys. You still could have switched out the letter.
もっとも魔法の力では開けられるがな。
Although it can be opened with the power of magic, right? Well, it's not red, so basically she just debunked herself again. She just said magic was not how she opened it.
じゃあこうだ。
Then what about this?
扉自体がおかしかったんだ。
There's something wrong with the door itself.
施錠された状態のままでも通行できる仕掛けがあった。
There was some way to pass through it even while it was locked.
それが何かはいろいろ考えられる。
As to what that is, I can think of a few
お
ways.
城の大扉に小さい入り口がついているように、さらにもう一つ扉があったとか。
Maybe it's like those big doors on a castle that have a smaller door in them. I don't think I know what he's referring to. She doesn't have to state things in red, it's optional. Also, she doesn't, I mean, I guess she doesn't have to. Did she say that? Everything I speak in red is the I mean, okay, yeah, you're right. It's optional. Technically, she can use red, but she doesn't have to. But she also said, the first thing she said, when I speak the truth, I will use red. The second time she says it is, everything I speak in red is the truth. But the first thing makes you think that it's not optional. When I speak the truth, I will use red, is what she said. So, when she says, I think the first one was misleading. Oh, use the second one. Oh, okay. I'm unhappy with your responses, but I will take it as you say it then. So it's optional. Maybe that's the mistranslated red? I don't know. That's kind of frustrating to me because it makes it sound like she only says the truth. You know what? You might actually be right. I think this is what people were talking about. Or one of the things people were talking about being mistranslated. It makes it sound like she only says the truth when she uses red. But if it's optional, like you guys say, then I can see how it would be very misleading. Which is why I think... Oh, it's not optional. This is kind of infuriating to me. An unfortunate first red. She can't lie with the red. Okay, but she doesn't have to say it in red. She just cannot lie in red. Okay. It's just the context that makes it seem wrong. It's the way she said it that sounds wrong, but the second time she says it, it's clear. Okay. Otherwise, every other thing she says in the narrative would have been a lie or not true. It doesn't work that way. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be too easy to debunk everything she says. She's generously giving you 100% true information in red text. She's not forced to. Okay. Also noted the way it was worded, very little care for logical rigor. I wonder how it's translated in the Umi Project translation. I'm assuming that it's clear on what it's supposed to be. Anyway, don't really understand the whole door thing he's talking about. It's also possible that they removed the hinges and then removed the whole door before entering. I also thought about that. What if they just removed the whole thing? A lot of work, but possible. I mean, that would be kind of crazy for Beato to like take out a screwdriver, unscrew the hinges, take the whole door out, and then carry 6 people in. Well, let 6 people enter, however she did it. Is this the best a century of human wisdom can manage, Batara? A century of human wisdom. When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. Okay, so she's basically saying they didn't take off the door? I'm gonna screenshot this. This one is a little bit harder for me to understand. The door to the chapel is locked. It prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. She's basically saying that she unlocked the door. So my theory is still standing, no? So to have entered the chapel, she has unlocked the door. So taking out the door wouldn't have changed anything because still could not have entered the chapel. Took the head's door and carried it into the town center and left it there. That's actually kind of funny. She's saying that if the door is locked, it is impossible to enter or exit the chapel. Okay, so yeah, I mean, my theory still stands. She could have, like, put something else in the letter, taken the key from the actual letter, or not, she could have not put it in a letter yet. She could have unlocked the door, let the people in, blah, 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 killed them in there, whatever she did. Closed the door, switched out the key with, or the letter that Maria had with the letter that had the key in it. Still possible. Oh my god, there's an ad break. Holy shit, I did not see that. I'm so sorry. In Umipro, she says, when I speak the truth, I will use red in red. I mean, that's exactly what she said in this translation too. That's okay. I'll just see it as optional, like you guys said. Yeah, my theory still stands. Anyway, thank you for the hydrate. I'll take a break. Goodbye. Hello, I finished my water. I'm now waterless. But I hydrated. I hydrated a lot. Okay, let's keep going. Assuming you can't use magic, right? She never highlights that in red. Is it about time for checkmate? I'm gonna assume that it would be too easy for her to confirm that magic exists by highlighting it red, you know? Get more water, it's okay. Next time, next ad break, or next time I end the stream. I guess another way to explain if Beatrice can lie with the red text and the idea of the red text is meaningless. Yeah. Is it about time for checkmate? Not even close. I actually thought about that too. You said those 6 people entered through a door, but you didn't say it was the front door. They might have entered through another door, a secret one. She's so sick of him. You talk too much, you incompetent fool. Then Then let me expand my earlier move.
6人は確かにこの正面扉から入った。
6 definitely entered through this front door. I'm taking a screenshot, but my theory is still not debunked.
めちゃくちゃだ。
It's screwed up.
鍵は閉まってる。そして1本しかない鍵以外では解錠不能で。にもかかわらず、この扉から6人が出入りした。
The door was locked. It wasn't possible to unlock it without using that single key, and yet 6 people entered through it?
どうやってだよ。
How?
魔法だってか。
With magic, you say?
くさくさくさくさくさ。
Come on, Batara. Come up with my theory. I want to see what she has to say about that one.
早くも人間の限界が露呈したか。
Are we already seeing the limits of what humanity can manage?
ならば叫べリザインと。
Then shout that you resign.
統領者はそう叫びキングを倒すのが習わしよ。
When one admits defeat, it's customary to shout it out and knock over their own king.
さあ、降参か。
So, do you resign?
ならば屈服を宣言せよ。そしてキングを倒すようにひざまずけ。
Then announce your surrender and knock your king over by
そ
kneeling.
してわらわの靴にキスをするがいい。
Then you may kiss my shoes.
お前のような男に靴を舐めさせるのに勝る喜びはないわ。
There could be no greater joy than forcing a man like you to lick my shoes. I like this. She's awesome. Damn it! It's useless, useless, useless. So I can't win against the witch? This isn't chess at all. I've just been made to take the losing side in a chess puzzle. Is quibbling about details and getting a draw the best I can manage?
それだけは断じてないぞ。
That's the one thing that'll never happen.
わらわが屈するか、そなたが屈するか。
Either I will surrender or you will.
それ以外の決着はない。
There can be no other resolution.
互いへの災難と例えたあの時の勇ましさはどこに？
What happened to that bravery you displayed when you said this would be torture for us both?
おいおいおいおい、がっかりがっかり、期待外れだぞ。
Hey, 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 what a disappointment, what a total letdown.
後ろ宮バトラー。
When you say Ushiromiya Bato, I love the way that she says it. I love her. She's so cool. She pretty much said that, didn't she? If she confirmed magic and reg, it would be basically forcing Batara to concede without any actual game. Yeah. She did say that. You're right. I don't know. I guess I assumed from the first red text otherwise, but yeah, it is definitely optional. How does it lock? Maybe you can unlock it, put the key in the letter, leave it unlocked till the crime, then lock the door by pulling the latch on your way out. I'm just gonna assume that it works like a normal lock that you definitely have to use a key for, but she didn't say that. She sure knows what she likes. She definitely does like getting her shoes kissed, or did she say licked? Lick in this case. At least Kanon only had to kiss. Damn it, what should I do? What should I do? I can see it. I can see the place where I'll face checkmate. Ah, it's useless. It's useless. All my hard-fought moves have been nothing more than me desperately moving my king around, running away from check. No matter how many times I move, I can't escape from check. So even without waiting for the next several moves, I can see checkmate in my future. Ah, damn it! After a few more moves, I can see where I'll face checkmate? Don't give up, Ushiromiya Batara. If I can see myself getting closed in upon, and if I spin the chessboard around, I should be able to anticipate her next move, right? Remember what Kiria-san said. When you're thinking about something, then the closer you get to the very, very end, the easier it becomes to anticipate. Spin it around. Spin the chessboard around. You got this, Batara. But actually not today, because, I I was supposed to end the stream 30 minutes ago. So we're gonna have to listen to his reasoning next time, next week. I wish it wasn't so, but I have to work tomorrow, so unfortunately, you'll have to spin it next time. He looks so sad because I'm not letting him spin the chessboard around. I'm sorry. I was hoping for them to like finish their little conversation, but they never stopped talking, and now he's wanting to like build his own case, and I feel so bad. I'm sorry. Next time. What can I read today? This is kind of hard. This is kind of difficult. Let's raid Noi. She recently raided us, so I'm gonna do the easy thing and just raid her back. She's currently petting her lizard on stream. And I think that's a lizard. I don't know anything about reptiles. It looks like a lizard. That's probably what it is. Also, hello, Lurkaroo. Thank you for stopping by. I think you skipped for the hydrate. I don't have water, but I'll get water. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, guys. Thank you, Miggles. Thank you, Lurkaroo. Thank you, Latai. Thank you, Miggles. Thank you, Skip. Thank you, Fita. Thank you, Lark. Thank you, Clap. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Trace. And everyone else who stopped by. Thank you again for the raid. And I hope you guys have fun watching Noi either pet her lizard or play Yoshi's Island on the SNES. I hope you guys have a good rest of your Sunday and a good start to the next week. I'll be back with Umineko at the usual days, Friday, Sunday. And I'll probably start Bloodborne next week. I'll probably play Deltarune tomorrow and Bloodborne on Wednesday. Just dropping that bomb on you. Goodbye!